Ah, there it is. Elite. There we go. Can you hear me now? Okay, thank you. Thank you for pointing that out, sort of demon. I guess I'll go through my spiel again. Naturally, once I've announced the stream for today, and this is going to be a tea tasting stream, I've been awakened to the correct way of potentially executing a stream like that, which I don't have the time to set up anymore. So we're gonna say fuck it and we do it live. Hey there, Digby. He is doing the weeb tea thing. I'm actually not because there are no Japanese tea featured. There are no Japanese teas featured today. I actually need to change my fucking category. Oh, never mind. We are. Are we just chatting or are we culinary? Is this technically culinary? China boo tea thing? Probably, yeah. The thing is, Japanese teas are valid, but oh, there's a cooking category. No, that's not a category. Never mind. We're just chatting. Let me go into it a little bit more. So, China boo would has the prerequisite of me wanting to be Chinese, and I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy, especially not under the current political climate. I got a copy of Xi Jinping's book on communism with Chinese characteristics. I was not aware that he had a separate book. I don't really follow my Chi-Com writers too closely. The tea, however, is very nice. So, today is going to be slightly janked. Once I figure out how to set up the way to stream this that I have imagined. I already have a plan for an alternative streaming space for this, and we may be including some of the chroma key tech that was discovered by Fuza Karuna, a friend of the channel, and the inaugural guest on the Holy Tatami podcast. So we're going to go in ascending order of fermentation. Where the fuck is my camera? We're going to start with Asamic sun-dried silver white pu'er tea. It's actually not pu'er at all. It's the Chinese nomenclature for this is a book. He wrote a bunch of them. I see. The real question is how many he actually wrote. Very few, I assume. But this is actually referred to as Bai Hawin Jin, which is silver needles with white fuzz, if we translate that literally. It's actually a very good pick me up morning tea. Lots of caffeine. Not a lot of aggressive flavor because these aren't leaves, these are leaf buds. And we'll get into more granular detail once we get to actually drinking it. My second tasting for today is going to be another variant of silver needles, but this one is flavored with jasmine. So this is from friend of the channel, the Dragon's Treasure, also known as T-Man. Didn't know Z was smart enough to write. He's an intelligent man. It's just that he's insulated from reality. Well, I mean, as intelligent as a communist can be. Right. So moving on. Once we are done with the white teas, we're going to move on to what was marketed to me as a AAA category competition grade Tiguanin, also known as the Goddess of Mercy or the Iron Bodhisattva Tenkan. And we're going to be actually comparing it to a similar tea from the Tea Man. Moving on. What's going to be next? Next up, we're going to be looking at high mountain oolongs, Wii oolongs, or the Fenhuan Dansong specifically, two variants of it. So we have Guihua, which is cinnamon aroma, if I remember my Mandarin correctly. And the other one is going to be honey orchid aroma dansong. So finishing off after that, we're going to have premium AA Dahong Bao, or big red robe. And my drug dealer was nice enough to include a aged red tea, High Mountain Red Ai Lao Mountain Black Tea. They call it black, but it's actually red tea. That's the... Hey there, Trash Gamer. Hey there, Not Linkara. Dragon Treasure, not bad. I don't assume it is, otherwise I wouldn't have bought it and I wouldn't have included it in the tasting. He's more just authoritarian. Communism is the tool he uses. Digby implying that that communism can exist without authoritarianism. And after that, we have our extra super premium piece in the form of two, not one, two tea cakes that I have yet even to have started breaking apart. Right, so without further ado, I have my water heated to the appropriate temperature for brewing sensitive and delicate teas. Since these are Chinese teas, we are going to be giving them a bit of a wash because I do not trust the everyday hygienic preferences of mainland Chinese. I'm just kidding. You also are supposed to loosen it up a little bit with the hot water. The tea equipage we are going to be employing right now, we do have an alternative to switch over into, is actually a Japanese-made gaiwan, a Japanese-made sake saucer, a sakazuka. The picture is of no importance. Ever seen those wacky Chinese assassin teapots? No, I have not. I'm not sure what you're referring to by an assassin teapot. Should we have a light musical theme going on in the background? Probably would benefit from it just a second. I do have my background music available. Let's just set it to an appropriate volume. There you go. I'll definitely not be sick of hearing it over and over again. By the way, I've managed to restore some of the functionality of the redeems in Venian. So those are now available for your use and abuse. Quickly warm the teaware. It's a little crowded. I had to break out one of my backup tea boards because my primary one has rotted away because Texas being surprisingly humid, the tea doesn't really like it here. How should I do this? Let's use my other lid as the chahe for right now. The basic concept is that the teapot has two separate chambers, but you control which one you visit by placing your finger on the thumb hole. The idea is that one chamber of tea is the other is for poison. I see. I have never encountered that. It sounds like a very interesting premise and definitely something that a Chinese mind would come up with. So generally, as a rule of thumb, that's going to vary on the specific teas that you're working with. You want to occupy about the third of the infuser's volume with the dry leaf. So there you have it. These are silver needles with white fuzz. I'm not sure if the fuzz is legible in the camera shot, but there is like a very light peach fuzz that is present on these. This was referred to as bai hao, or white fuzz. And we're going to place that into the primary infuser. Some spillover. No, I am not using those pretentious tea utensils with the little sticks and the little scoops because I'm the only one drinking the damn thing. Alright, so before we start drinking a new tea, especially if we're tasting it, we're going to warm the saucer with the water that we're going to use to infuse it. Then we place the dry leaf inside of the infuser and shake it lightly. No tea pet? There are tea pets. There's just no room for for them on this board. We have a classical three-legged toad. I also have a color-changing tea toad. Let's show this off very cool. You know what? Let's place it here. The water we're currently using isn't hot enough to actuate it, but we're going to use it for higher fermentation teas. So, after we've warmed the tea leaves inside of the warmed infuser, we're going to sample the aroma, the aromatic oils that will start to activate in the leaves. Nice. So, white tea has a very pronounced floral, I would even say flowery aroma to it. It's very gentle. It lacks any kind of stringency because these are tea buds and not leaves, so they have not started to produce chlorophyll just yet. Okay, and we do not use the first steeping to drink, we're only using it to wash the tea. This is very cramped. I'm going to eventually get a new tea board. All right. Yeah, the first serving of water goes into the tea board. Wonder how fast it will overflow, given that we have like 6 different teas to drink today. All right, let me make sure that my water is actually up to temperature. Yes, we love the floor bench press. Never mind that I never do it. Gotta get back to work. Well, good luck with work. A barrister friend of yours used to have one in his work office. He filled the poison chamber with brandy. His boss thought he'd drink a lot of tea. I just drank a lot of tea at work, especially when I worked audit. It was a good way to keep yourself awake. Who would have thought that that would have the long-term consequence of pretty much desensitizing me to tea? Or rather, to caffeine. I'm drinking my palate cleanser kefir in the background. The function here is twofold. Actually, while we wait for the water to reheat, we can take another whiff of the... Oh, that's significantly stronger. So the teas are starting to... the tea is starting to take up water. So it's loosening up, and it's releasing more of the oils. Imagine drinking a lot of brandy helps with the drudgery of dealing with English law. Or any law for that matter. Well, any law that works, that is. Because, abuses of the legal system aside, English common law is probably one of the better systems we currently have. Alright, so since this is our first infusion, and these are leaf buds, so they're a little bit more tightly wound, it takes a little bit of time to coax the flavor out of them. We're going to give it a little bit of time to infuse. I typically don't like using a timer because, first of all, it becomes a crutch. You are supposed to be able to intuit the amount of brewing that a specific tea requires to set. It's also going to vary by your location and your altitude above sea level. The higher you are, typically the hotter the water you need, and the more time the tea will need to infuse. We're not going to be using standard testing mechanisms because I, first of all, lack standard testing teaware, which is not fun to use anyway. 4chan is back up, so I hear, yes. It's nice to see the basket weaving forum back amongst the living. Do I have a kettle, or how are we doing this? Do I have a kettle? It's a little bit too large to show in frame, but it's a kettle. I have a variable temperature kettle. How are you doing today, Notary? Alright, so this is about the color that you would expect from a white tea, hence the name. It doesn't infuse any shade of green. So we're going to go with our first test. Okay, so this is the first infusing of a fairly tightly wound tea. I would say that I probably want to up the temperature slightly, a little bit. So I'm going to bump it up to, can't see, to 189 degrees Fahrenheit. Standard tea, I mean ISO 3.1. I don't know what that is. Not sure what you're referring to, Digby. My experience of England tells me that you are not aware you're not aware that tea exists. Because whatever you people call tea is an abomination, especially the way you take it. the International Organization of Standardization, Standard 3103. Making sure I have my items at temperature is now a peeve of yours because Meat Canyon keeps fucking doing taste testing streams with the shit that's already getting cold. They have a standard for tea. Who sets the standard though? Well, there are Chinese standards for tea. Usually every standardized preparation, especially notable ones like the Hongbao, have a desirable taste profile. Literally buy a kit of them from... Okay, sure. Wait, but what kind of teas are there in the standard? It's very, very silly to aspire to standardized tea. Especially to a single standard. Is it heathenism to use a Keurig to make hot water for store-bought bagged tea? See, my issue isn't with the Keurig, my issue is with the bagged tea. I really don't like bags as a concept, with very, very rare exceptions. Generally, you just need to understand the processing steps of making tea to realize that very little actual tea leaf makes it into commercially available bags. And even if they're, sort of handmade, high-quality cotton bags with hand-filled good tea, at that point, you're just also depriving the leaves of any kind of space to properly expand and aerate, because as you see, as I'm brewing the tea, I'm also stirring it inside of the infuser with the lid, giving it more space, making sure that the tea leaves actually saturate more with water and therefore have an opportunity to better infuse the brew. Why do I hate Baxtered so much? Who said I hate Baxtered? I said tea bag, not Baxtered. I don't hate all tea bags. Although, I do have to point out that I do have to agree with Kershaw that it is kind of pathetic to rely on a Babby model. The guy who did standardization of all sorts of stuff, from technical to agricultural, it's like how most shipping containers are ISO standard containers. I guess that's okay for baseline standardization, but we're very far removed from baseline. Okay, I believe this was the previous infusion. Place to set this down. Yeah, the problem with this particular tea board, apart from it being bamboo, is that it's also kind of cramped. It's not a lot of space to work with. Normally, I would have a breakout tray specifically for the saucer itself. Hey there, Mandalore. Baxter wants to move to East Asia soon. He's selling his house, wants to travel through all cheap Asian countries and stream from there. That sounds like a horrific fucking idea. From A to Z, that sounds like a bad fucking idea. I don't know. I'm currently, at least right now, in the mindset of never wanting to leave, never mind the US, even Texas. Oh, very nice. So, it's becoming a little bit more robust. Starting to fill out the infusion. May want to explain it to him. He's not personally familiar with Southeast Asia. And why does he want... Well, I assume he's going on a tour, but then why is he selling the house? Tazo is probably the closest authentic taste of tea. No, it's not. Tazo is... Oh, how should I put this? Tazo is like entry-level slop. I don't believe I've ever experienced a Tazo tea that I like. He's not planning to return? Holy shit. See, I don't think Bagstead would listen to me because it's not like we're buddy-buddy. I don't believe we've interacted meaningfully. And every time I try to tune into a stream, he's watching a movie, which is, not exactly an interactive medium. He wants to take some months in every country, find the one he likes. Man. As someone who's lived outside of the US, I can reliably inform him everything else is shit. The only exception is if you're a bodybuilder and you need easy access to pharmaceuticals without risking jail time. That is it. Yeah, he is going to have a bad time. You can whoever is active in his chat, go ahead and tell him that Kurumaru Onii-san warns him against the allure of becoming a passport bro in Southeast Asia. It's not worth it. The quality of life is shit, and like he runs a high likelihood of just becoming a lolcow and becoming miserable in a foreign country. He just sees how cheap it is. Well, yeah, it's cheap for a reason. The Philippines, maybe, because, you know, you can get pretty far with with just the English language and generally being an American there, but outside of that, oh, that's going to be a hard no. I was thinking of moving to Hokkaido once you learn Japanese. Oh, not Linkara. Moving from where? Let's start from that. Like, depending on where you're coming from. Also, why Hokkaido? I'm on the record stating that I think the US is the best place to live. Like, full stop. I say that as someone who's traveled to Japan extensively, someone who's lived in Europe for extended periods of time. And by extended, I mean, oh, I went for a fucking graduate degree in Italy and I didn't like it. No, I mean, like, I've lived there in excess of 10 years. Shit sucks. Also, learn Japanese is a spectrum. Like, what do you define as learn Japanese? Are we talking like N1 certification? N1, I would probably count as N1 as learning Japanese, because even most native speakers can't clear N1. Let's not cross-contaminate our brews. The thing about white tea, which makes it very good for everyday drinking as a primary source of caffeine, for example, as you work, is that white tea doesn't really exhaust itself. It's like some people who used to live in Japan. Okay, and what are they telling you? Just to be clear, Nalankar, I'm not attacking you. I would like to see your train of thought and just expose you to some additional context before you make any big decisions. Save a bit of each tea, then mix it all into a singular abomination at the end? Absolutely fucking not. I hate mixing teas. I hate it when people do that. It's usually done in like it starts sort of reeking of barista culture. You said Hokkaido was the best option for your lifestyle. What is okay? I'm not going to pry too much into your lifestyle. Are you moving from the U.S. or from Europe? Because I would say Japan is probably a significant improvement compared to Europe. That much I will co-sign, at least as of right now. Until they succumb to the line go up logic of we must import the world. Because Japan is not ready to deal with that. US to Japan, oh my brother, you're setting yourself up for disappointment. So first of all, you need to understand that if you plan to earn a living in Japan, you're earning the ceiling of attainability is going to be significantly lower for a variety of reasons. One is that you're foreign, and by foreign, I mean you're interjecting yourself into industries that typically have a known life cycle of people going in and out of them. In order to correctly socialize as part of the Japanese workforce, you need to graduate a Japanese university at least, school preferably. And with that university degree, you get into a kaisha. We're talking about specifically white-collar work, where you gradually grow as an employee. And by gradually, I mean very, very painfully slowly, because the thing you do is your primary pursuit in life. Like you don't like it's not like here in the US where you do a job to fund a lifestyle. No, you do a job because that is all you do. Not saying that that's necessarily a bad thing, although there's probably a little bit more fulfillment in doing that with the trades. Second of all, it's very difficult to assimilate with the culture if you have not had previous exposure to it. So prior to moving to Japan, you need to immerse yourself in cultural context that's going to make sense. For example, for me, that's tea ceremony. Well, tea ceremony in martial arts, to be specific. It contextualizes my interactions with Japan, gives me a purpose, gives me points of contact, so it gives me a reason to become proficient in vocabulary and modalities of interaction that are appropriate for those environments. So, for example, in the tea ceremony context, I am forced to learn degrees of respect and humility and the appropriate uses of grammar and verbiage. It incentivizes me to do away with bad speaking habits. So the best way to illustrate that would be, for example, what we refer to as dango or tameguchi, simple Japanese, where we would use for doing something, we would use the term yaru, which is considered rude to the almost to the degree of vulgarity. And in formal contexts, you would need to change that vocabulary that you're potentially getting used to up to sasate itadakimasu. So both of those phrases technically carry the same meaning, but using either in particular social scenarios can have tragic consequences. And it's like that with a lot of interactions with the Japanese. As I forget the name of the chatter who hopped in to share that little bit of wisdom, but basically Japanese society is a dance, and if you don't know the steps, you better not get on the stage. Where is that ban hammer? There you go, get shot, bitch. Likely ban evader. Alright, let's see how our white tea is doing. Oh, very nice. It's become very aromatic. The tea buds are opening up very nicely. And the thing is, as I've started explaining, white tea is very good as like your everyday workday tea because it doesn't really exhaust itself, because there's a lot of water-soluble nutrients in the tea buds. And they're being released into the infusion very gradually. So you may go as far as to start brewing it with hotter water at higher temperatures and at longer times to sort of coax more out of it. But in my experience, a proper white tea can withstand an upward of 15 brews throughout the course of a day. Probably more. I believe at some point I just get tired and stop counting. But it stays pretty consistent of off-white yellowish color, and the flavor profile stays consistently floral. It's very hard to get white tea to astringency. Generally a very good entry-level tea. It will forgive a lot of your brewing errors, and it will get you comfortable with operating whatever infuser you're using. For teaware, we're going to be using Gaiwans exclusively today, just because it's logistically more sound. But generally, it's a very good tool for most Chinese preparations of tea, with the exception of pu'ers. For pu'ers, I prefer to stick to purple clay teapots. They do alter the taste slightly, but that's also part of the tea drinking experience there. But another thing you need to understand when moving from the US to Japan is that not only are you entering a workforce with lower average earnings from a disadvantaged position because you have no guarantors, you have no traceable history that they would accept. Most jobs in Japan also require perfect fluency in Japanese, and by fluency, I mean they need you to be a native speaker, and they list as much on the job listings. Because I keep abreast of the job offerings in Japan just in case. So you're looking at a lower probability of access to lower overall earnings, while also having to go through the uphill battle of socializing in a country that actively doesn't really want you there because you are an island, basically. Until you find social circles to ingratiate yourself with specific Japanese people who, over the course of something to the effect of 10 years, will gradually accept you to a certain limited extent. Like, the dream is very real. I used to chase that. It used to be an aspiration of mine. Then I moved back to the US and discovered that it's significantly fucking better here. The play is to become wealthy enough to afford a summer home in Japan. That way you get the best of both worlds. Let's bump up the temperature slightly. Yeah, so there's really not a lot to say about the white tea, outside of the fact that, yeah, it does white tea things. Very nice. We're going to give it one more whirl. I've made sure to put less tea than you would normally expect from a volume like that, especially if you're drinking for long periods of time. I would argue the problem is the same as Europe. Americans are considered, from a very young age, to believe America is shit. Yeah, that's... I'm not sure if that's the place where Notlankar is coming from. We were thinking of doing freelance, but freelance is a pain both in US and Japan. Having lived the freelance gig economy lifestyle, it is the most anxiety-inducing thing that you can imagine, unless you have a relatively stable source of projects and work, which in freelancing, not really a thing that's commonly found. So, like, earning an American wage and living in Japan is great. Don't get me wrong. It's definitely better than trying to install yourself in Japan. However, very difficult to source. The optimal play here, like, if you really want to go to Japan, if you really want to exist there with a sort of a stable living, your best odds are being someone above senior management in an American company and being seconded to a Japanese branch. And even then, you will likely take a hit to your earnings. Not to mention that you are also going to, even as a freelancer, you're going to face even more barriers because as a freelancer, you have no stable place of employment that you can refer to as a guarantor for a lot of things that you would need socially. So you would struggle for housing because generally the Japanese don't like to rent to foreigners because foreigners are a lot to deal with and they are also a flight risk. So if you are a foreigner with no local guarantor, you are a gigantic liability. And most people will prefer to not deal with you at all. And I suspect that would also extend to things like service contracts. So if I would advise. Sadly, you grew up with a piece of shit family and woke as hell school. That is unfortunate, but see, you understanding that that is the state of things, you have a chance to break the cycle and correct your behaviors. And running away from the US is generally not it. Like that's unfortunately not a realistic aspiration for anything better. What you can do, like realistically, if you're not tied down to any kind of career and you have a year or two to burn, you could go as an assistant language teacher. Tea, but where's the milk? Nowhere near. Hey there, son. Do not suffer what the English think tea is. How would I rate Tenma on a scale of 1 to average Japanese woman? Extremely based. She, Tenma is a very special case. She has the power of autism. Like, he couldn't get breast milk on such short notice. You don't know how fast my sources work. What do you mean short notice? I've been planning this tea stream for the better part of the month. Now that we're moving on to higher temperatures, we're forcing the tea leaf to give up more and more of its water-soluble components. It's not becoming more robust because this is white tea. It has a very understood flavor ceiling. Son, I'm afraid that you're in for a very narrow market of approximately 0 women. Not to mention that in order to ascertain whether or not she does produce chalky milk, there are certain things that you have to do that are advisable to do once already within confines of a marriage. Okay, we're going to finish this infusion because not a lot of things are going to happen here. I'm going to swap out our infuser and we're going to move on to our next white tea. Before we do so, I'm going to refill our tea kettle. Oh, Christ, my phone. Definitely going to be a while, especially learning Japanese needed to assimilate with the culture, trying to plan for the future when America falls again. And Alankara, that's extremely black-pilled. I cannot... I'm having a lot of trouble getting on board with that line of thinking. I understand the concern that the Globo Homo will find a way to squirm its way back into power, but in order to prevent that from happening, planning an escape. Rather, you're not going to prevent that by planning an escape. You're going to prevent that by finding the remnants of the Hydra and killing it. You say Flounders, you don't think Japan is the place to go? Oh, no. I don't think Notlankara is referring to, like, you know, the US becoming a failed state. I mean in the sense that, like, if it becomes a Democrat-run hell again, like it was under Biden. How should I put this? I think we've done a good enough job of discrediting the Communist Caucus this time around that they are going to have to course correct, and they don't really have a direction. If the US falls apart, you wonder how China will begin treating its neighbors. Yeah, and probably not very well. It's not like it does. It's not like it treats them very well already. All right, I'm gonna take a moment and swap out the tea leaves, and I'll be right back. Oh, that's the wrong screen. There you go. Okay, so we probably see it flexing itself more openly, imposing itself on smaller neighbors, reunifying with Taiwan. Real question is that, would that be peaceful or not? Without the external security guarantor, the Taiwanese leadership might just fold. They probably will, yes. They exist entirely at the mercy of the US. So, moving on, we're going to be exploring another white tea. Reunifying is the word. The word you're looking for is conquering. Well, listen, even if we would imagine the inverse, such as, oh, that's the wrong tea bag. If, for example, Taiwan would reconquer West Taiwan, also colloquially known as China, that would also be reunification. So, like, I think what Digby means here is a territorial state of things as opposed to an ideological one. Yes, the communists are technically a conquering army in mainland China. How much do I want? Probably not that much, because if I drink too much white tea, I'll be a little too corked up, even for my usual caffeine-tolerant self. Okay, so, things that stand out to me right away. I like the fact that I'm seeing a significantly larger tea bud. That's generally good. I'm not seeing any jasmine petals, so I'm going to ask T-Man as to how he adds fragrances. Hopefully he doesn't do so with just essences. It does have a very pronounced jasmine smell to it. shake it inside the infuser a little bit. Oh yeah, that's a lot of jasmine. I can predominantly smell the jasmine. I think the real question in a U.S. collapse would be how it would affect the wider perception of democratic states. Well, we also need to factor in, you know that T-Man does use artificial flavors in some of his teas. I don't fault him for doing that. I fault the lowest common denominator of your average consumer. From my conversations with him, in his general knowledge about tea, he comes off as a comparable scale tea snob to myself. But I understand how selling that to the American public may be a little bit of an uphill battle. It's very hard to explain the merits of a naturalistic tea flavor to someone who has been poisoned by high fructose corn syrup. I don't want to wet this with water. Fun bit in Xenophon's the Persian expedition, where their leader dies and the kings were fighting against immediately began talking to them, who were his subjects, put down their weapons because it would be rude to the king. Yeah, I'm not sure that we can expect pleasantries like that under modern conditions. The wider context, Digby, I think that we're kind of missing here is that if the U.S. were to fall, that process. Now imagine the effects on the larger world of the balkanization of a nuclear country with the largest military and two of the largest air forces in the world. I think that's a bigger concern that people would have to consider before we start assessing the merits of democracy, especially four of the largest world's air forces, excuse me. But I think an important question here is, well, an important caveat, rather, is that the U.S. is not a democracy. We are a constitutional republic. 50 war tribes in a trench coat, yes. Like, realistically, we're going to be done killing each other very quickly because Texas, Arizona, and any other state that matters are just going to unify into the New South, and everyone else will not have the time to put down their soy lattes. Wouldn't be that big. That Air Force wouldn't be scrap in a few months. We're not Afghanistan, Digby. Like, all of that expertise still lives out. So you misunderstand the distribution of expertise when it comes to handling both small arms and any kind of military equipment. That expertise lives in the population. The churn of people going through military service and then back into civilian life is gigantic. I may not have the exact demographics on hand here, but you scratch any city of a population of 1 million and upward, you will be able to find several teams of F-35 pilots and servicing teams. You would be amazed what Americans can do from just being bored, never mind wanting to go to war. Alright, let's see what the first brew has in stock for us. More logistic pipeline behind those modern aircraft. The gigantic in one link goes, the F-35 is junk. Again, see, when I say Balkanization, I think it still wouldn't play out like the Balkans because... You mean the War Thunder fandom? Yeah, basically. The thing is, a scenario of Balkanization in the US wouldn't probably even go down the way it went in the Balkans, because there are large masses of people between neighboring states that are culturally very similar. So realistically, it's going to be most of America quickly subsuming the coasts, maybe biting a chunk out of Mexico. All right, let's give it a smell. Oh, that's a lot of jasmine. Are we using drones to fight drones yet? I think so. Okay, so I get a lot of jasmine. It's not unpleasant. It's not an overwhelming it's not an overwhelming taste. It is mostly blocking out the white tea, which, that could be a feature as opposed to a bug. White teas are a good base for any kind of scented teas because they don't really they offer a very flat palate in and of themselves that lets any kind of centerpiece that you want to add to play out properly. Scented teas generally are considered to be on the lower rung of teas because if a tea, the rule of thumb for the Chinese is, if a tea can sell on its own, then you don't need to add any additional processing steps to sell it. If the tea is bad and doesn't sell well, you need to add additional processing steps, such as scenting it with jasmine. Hello there, Crespian. We're on our second tea. We're currently sampling something that I got from the Tea Man store. I am criticizing the taste palette of the high fructose corn syrup addled American mind. Honestly, I'm happy that I never went through with my idea of setting up a tea store. My original assumption was that, in the land of plenty that is America, there should be a market for high upscale teas. Should have a very bad feeling when Orange Man leaves office. Also, it doesn't help that every political forum you join is a doomer forum that barely talks about good news. You see, Notlinkara, I've actually also noticed that. So I spoke to the guys at GOA in a social setting back. For those of you who don't know, GOA is an advocacy group, Gun Owners of America. And when did I speak to them? I think it was October-ish. So they were also very, very doomer. And I think that the doomer mindset is how a lot of groups and people activate. It's very easy to organize around negative things and negative feelings. That's why it sort of becomes the predominant messaging. Billions must die, everything is bad, Rome is falling, that sort of deal. That's why I like what the Trump admin is pursuing, like what the core MAGA movement is pursuing, is that they're focusing on things they're going to do and things they are doing. I like that the core of MAGA right now is you can just do things. I think everyone these days is a bit doomer-pilled. Just an assumption that things will only get worse. Well, for one, in the past months, they're getting better. So that's one thing. It's easier to remember negative experiences. Yes, that is very true. Man, I hate doomers. Doomers could be here. If the situation was unsalvageable, their propaganda would not be necessary. A lot of the doomer talk I hear is coming from people who are trying to currently splinter the conservative movement, the conservative/libertarian movement. Can I really say it's doomering if things are objectively shit? If you're a doomer in the 1960s, sure, that's pretty sure, but in the 2020s, I think they've got a point. So they would have an observable point if we're specifically looking at 2020 to 2024. That's an objective reality. Add on top of that millennials are generally a population that has received the short end of the stick of pretty much everything happening with the modern world, courtesy of the boomers. Yeah, that's the thing that worked for Trump. He's a lot more optimistic. Exactly. His narrative is, well, it's not even his narrative. It is the general vibe that he puts out is you can just do things. Like, a federal judge is harboring illegals? Well, I guess off to jail you fucking go. Because I can guarantee you Not a Bush Jr., not a hypothetical Romney presidency, not a hypothetical Pence or any of the other rhinos would have ever had the balls to do that. Well, yeah, foreign terrorist organizations, if we want to get very specific and uppity with the terminology here. You have a bunch of crackheads charge into your house and wreck up the place. After a certain point of disordering and breaking stuff, you can either leave and let them steal all you worked on, or you can throw them out and clean house. You're kind of missing the step of misting them with double odd buck. I think that's a very important prerequisite to restoring order. We are trying to not glow. I appreciate that, Notary. Sorry, please continue to not glow. Actually, you know what? I'm starting to feel a lot more white tea come through the essence. Officer, nothing to see here. We're definitely not insinuating the use of force in any context. No, the audio is still coming through. I think. Yeah, there it is. I was about to say what Crespian did there is very likely to break the timers, and it did. Congratulations, Crespian. A winner is you. Let's see. Fuck. How do I... Where is the I want to glow redeem? There it is. Quickly. There you go. I'm gonna add fucking timer gates to every one of these. I desire to irradiate. Yippee! Glow time! Glow away train to Liberty Land. I love it. If that's not a bluegrass album name by the end of the stream, I will be severely disappointed. And also, if NCAP country music isn't a music genre by the end of the stream, I will also be disappointed, and there will be casualties. We've got plenty of utilitarian setups here. You're just enjoying the tea. Can I say that I'm also enjoying the performance of it? Not really, son. The way I'm currently drinking tea is strictly utilitarian. This is... like, nothing about this is performative. Especially since, like, you could argue that if I were to integrate the teapot into the process, that would be mildly ritualistic. But I could make it more boring if I wanted to, less special. My question is, why? And what would that achieve? Because realistically, with the way I am drinking this, with a porcelain infuser, there's really no benefit to changing here. Well, it would also detract from the tactile experience of it. I am unfortunately well aware of how the average Englishman drinks tea. Mind you, the average Englishman still drinks it out of, as fine a china as he can find for the teapot at the very least. There's... walking around on a Google Street View the other day, you saw on the map that to your right was a church? I see. But to your point, there are ways of simplifying the tea drinking. What is the point of the teapot thing? So teapots have a dual purpose. On the one hand, they liven up the space of a tea board. They make it slightly more ornate, depending on what sort of ornaments you want to attach yourself to? Do you want to give homage to, for example, the tea saint, Luwu? Or, for example, you want to pursue and cultivate good feng shui? You would have an appropriate selection of tea pets for a specific theme that you're trying to pursue. I used to have a Luwu tea pet, but unfortunately it's stayed behind in my childhood home during the move. So, in the process of brewing Chinese teas, you will have what's referred to as technical brews. So as you've seen, typically the first brew is not consumed. It's usually discarded. And as you discard it, you impart a piece of that in a sacrificial manner to the tea pets that are present on your board. It is part of cultivating the collectivist mindset that is very common for Southeast Asian countries, where it's generally considered inappropriate to consume any good in solitude. Like, it's not appropriate to drink alone, it's not appropriate to drink tea alone, it's not appropriate to eat alone. Because, are we waterboarding the frog? No, we are sharing our part of the tea with the frog in exchange for good feng shui and good fortune. First brew given to the guardian dog, Luwu, money frog, whichever one you like. The money frogs, once I have a bigger tea board, which I'm currently looking into getting, I need to figure out what to do with the way tea boards interact with the climate of Texas, unfortunately. Because it's very humid, bamboo boards rot like nobody's business. They just acquire mold at rates I've never encountered while drinking tea previously. But ideally, on a stable tea board set, you want to have your frog, rather toad, rest on a pile of real money. So if you have any kind of loose change, especially currencies that are exotic and, you bring back from your travels, you would add them to the pile that rests underneath the frog. And then you just, go through your normal process of brewing the teas, and you share your discarded tea that you would not be drinking with the frog. Does fiat count? Yes, fiat is preferred. I'm not sure that the toad accepts crypto as of right now. You're not sure how many men have died for fucking with someone's tea pet? This is definitely a non-zero number. I guess a lot of people are just uncertain. It's not helping that a lot of people are so used to how things were. When Brandon was in office, a lot of people are programmed to the doomer mindset, even when things are good. Again, it's very understandable, especially for millennials. Millennials have been fucked up the ass pretty much non-stop, starting from 2008 and all the way to now. But realistically, Trump was the bright spot. The thing that Trump needs to figure out is proper succession, and succession in the sense of having someone to continue carrying the torch of you can just do things. Which is why he has those big personalities around him in his administration. We have J.D. Vance, we have Pete Hegseth, we have John Bandino. So, and they are auditioning to become heir apparent to the you can just do things mentality. And they, in their respective positions, are demonstrating their capacity to just do things. Maybe we should ritualize other parts of life? It seems like a neat idea. Well, a lot of Asian cultures just do that. Rituals, son, despite your aversion to them, generally carry some kind of utilitarian subtext. Typically, they are supposed to either impart a behavior that is constructive for your society, or they are imparting codified knowledge. That's usually why rituals exist. Then they're going to be covered in a certain patina of mysticism, and it's incumbent upon you to, interpret that correctly. So, as in the example of a tea pet, it is generally socially correct to share things with no great detriment to you. That's why I like tea drinking. Tea drinking is actually my favorite social activity of them all. Because, first of all, being Mildly autistic. Very mildly, never diagnosed. But I generally don't like the raw, visceral experience of interacting with another person. It's like, it's very little in terms of informational exchange. No snacking by that rule. Hey there, channel. Sorry, I'm very late to catch up with the YouTube. With the YouTube chat, not used to checking it, especially with Sun being as active as he is. You can snack. It's actually advised. I have a very non-conventional snack here in the form of some berry-flavored kefir. Snacking is appropriate, depending on how deep into the weeds of the correct organoleptic experience you want to get. There is a preferred palette of snacks. Japanese snacks actually go very well with any kind of tea, because their texture and their very mild sweetness profile complements the astringency and floral notes that you would have in most teas. And they provide a very solid backdrop for your stomach in order to not be overcome by the acidity of the tea. I'm going to let this steep a little bit more. I'm not entirely pleased with how it's infusing. Maybe I am using water that's a little too cold for it. I would normally expect white teas to last a little bit longer. This one is running kind of flat. Things don't have to be inherently special. They can be willfully interpreted as special. Son, I think that you're not really... You're very arbitrary in assigning things as special. In the West, we're used to the notion of formal events where you would dress formally to attend things, like fancy dinners, balls, weddings, etc. However, many of these are not inherently important, but are instead mundane things that have been made more special arbitrarily by rich people, i.e. dinner parties. Son, the purpose of a dinner party, ball, or any kind of social gathering as part of, the higher rung of society, well, in England, it's to diddle little kids. But let's sort of set that particular tradition aside. Normally, the higher rungs of society socialize for the purpose of networking. You establish connections, you negotiate deals, you have conversations that are derived from a larger context and feed into a larger context. For example, a lot of power politics in Edo Japan, in Japan post Sengoku era, were actually, they played key roles in the politics of the time, because that's where the rich and powerful would congregate and socialize. Things can be arbitrarily made special. Yes, but you're trying to designate everything you don't understand as special and therefore lacking utility. Like, for example, nothing in my current tea set is superfluous. There's nothing here that exists for the sake of existing. Nothing here exists for the sake of being special. It's like how the US keeps talking shit about the UN but still agrees to host it and attend it. Gives them a place to talk to other nations they're not officially talking to. Yeah, exactly. Explain. Son, there are currently 4 items on the tea board. I have a cup, I have an infuser, I have a pitcher, and I have a tea sieve. Okay, but are they... What... The wooden slab is pretty? Thank you. But, see, all of the components that I have enumerated have a utilitarian purpose of being here. It being pretty makes it more special? Okay, then, you see, special becomes a very, a catch-all term. Yeah, the only thing that doesn't serve any direct purpose is the teapot. You are correct. It's also not on the board and not actively participating in anything because there's no room for it. Imagine if they were plastic and an ugly color. Well, you see, son, if they were plastic, they would detract from the tea experience. Plastics tend to leach into anything that is placed into them, especially if it's of a hot temperature. So that would actually detract from the utility of consuming the tea. It would interfere with the flavor. It would also interfere with the heat transmission. Porcelain is still widely in use for a very good reason. A flask? A flask lacks the correct air exchange. So what we're just talking about specialist colorblind deconstructivism. I'm not sure. No, you see, Sun is an honorary pre-Roman Greek. So he attacks most things he encounters from the perspective of the classics. So here's the thing. The only things that aren't utilitarian in what I am doing here are ornaments. There are ornaments included into things that I specifically choose. So for example, I do have a more plain infuser. There you go. Here's a plain Zhuyao infuser. It lacks any inherent ornamentation. It has a patina worked into it just through normal use. This particular one has a little bit of gold inlay in it. But that is because I was an asshole and I chipped it when using it. So I had a piece of golden lacquer installed to repair it. While I respect Diogenes, the man was a goblin. You're not required to be a hobo to understand life. But you see, like, again, it's a question of me selecting things that are ornamental and pleasing to look at. I like the interplay of floral patterns on a white and blue motif of classic porcelain. This, by the way, is a Japanese gaiwan, very uncharacteristic. For a lot of my teas, I do have a collection of different saucers. You bring up the rusty corrugate metal warehouse Protestant church again. It could be a Protestant church. Sure, I may have missed that message because chat is being active. The thing is, what are the effects of staying in an unkept environment such as a rundown church? You could argue that the act of restoring the church through a community effort is in and of itself a special activity, but it also carries a significant utility of building community cohesion and creating investment in the church itself. Because if you fail to do that, and you simply rely on it as a space to occupy, well, for one, you're potentially exposing yourself to different hazards such as heavy metal poisoning, therefore detracting from the utility of the gathering. Well, son, there is a difference between decor and propriety. Okay, we're going to infuse this one more time. Admittedly, I did include less leaf into this infuser. This may have contributed to how fast it has run flat. I also don't really feel a lot of jasmine at this point. I kind of don't want to dip into my stock of jasmine tea to test, but I think my pure jasmine teas may last a little bit longer. So my feedback to this is it's a good entry-level tea. The tea man does a very good job at making tea accessible to people who are not hard committed drug addicts like myself. But I would probably, this would be the rare case what I would advocate for probably mixing jasmine tea with white tea for a little bit more longevity of the brewing process to sort of allow it more infusions. To be a vaguely good person, playing on the loop of their head, which is wholesome but rather boring. Son, I'm not going to attempt to dissect Protestant ethics just because I've not really dedicated any significant amount of time to examining them. And therefore, I would be talking mostly out of my ass if I were trying to make some kind of judgment about the topic. Do we have a new brew? Yes, we do. Okay, let's see what we can get out of this one. I see no issue with the color. The color is fine. Seems to be infusing. Okay, I'm getting more white tea out of this one. But it is significantly weaker. So, if we're going to go for a tea preparation like that, which I understand it's commodified for a larger market, that's understandable. I would say this is less suitable for repeat brews, and this is something that you generally want to chuck into an infuser. What's the recommended brewing instructions for this one? 1 teaspoon per 8 ounces of water at 180. We're brewing it at about that for 3 to 5 minutes. Okay, so for teapot brewing, if you're basically going to go the Russian method, or the English method for that matter, though I'm going to call it the continental method. Yes, generally suitable. You're going to have a nice aromatic pot of tea that smells of nice jasmine, has a nice caffeine kick to it because it's white tea. Not exactly suited for tea snobism of my brand. But very solid. Very solid in terms of an entry-level offering. Everyone is obsessed with utilitarian ways of life these days. They want to do things because they look nice. Son, you were just up my ass about how I am needlessly mystifying my tea drinking for the purpose of making it quote-unquote special. Do not fucking start criticizing utilitarianism. You were just spreading that exact train of thought around. I think aesthetics is important. It's very important. Okay, good. We are finally on the same page. Son is channeling his inner Diogenes. No, he's already pivoted off of that. We are now permitted to not live in a barrel. Okay, let's swap these out. I kind of want to move on from white teas because honestly they bore me to death. Okay, talk amongst yourselves, and I shall be right back. You know what? We're going to do something evil real quick. Where's my content warning? Vitruvius and Architect? Things should look nice? Okay, if you say so. I'm gonna go empty out the infuser and be right back. All right. We are... Oh, fuck. I hurt my computer just a second. Okay, now we're back. Now, children, do not fight amongst yourselves. We only fight communists. Let's see. What? Where are we putting Pig's Blood? Just a second, let me catch up with chat. You really want to get into music. What part of music? A specific instrument you're wanting to pursue? Okay, just a second. Let's see. But yeah, not Linkara. Here's the thing. Tea conversations should be allowed to go where they must. That's generally the purpose of tea drinking as an exercise, especially if you do that collectively. If Sun wants to examine things through the lens of... Actually, we're going to go to an oolong, so we need hotter water. Let him do that. Let him impose his lens of the classics. Alright, so what are we doing? We're doing Tiguanyin. So I've already had a few days to drink this. And I'll be completely candid, I'm not impressed. That's one of the things that you need to learn if you're going to buy directly from the Chinese. Never trust any of the labeling, in the sense that it's always going to be labeled as super, double, triple premium, golden emperor dragon stock. Something to that effect. Like, at no point will a Chinese man ever label something as middle market, despite the fact that it's going to be aggressively mid. Which is the case here. I've bought better Iron Bodhisattva from a Taiwanese store on Amazon than what I got from a pretty upscale wholesaler directly in China. Granted, any Tiguanyin is grown in China. That's sort of an understood quantity. But the point is, this was labeled as AAA grade, competition grade Tiguanyin. And it is anything but. So, a classification that I trust is usually used for wholesale purchasing, which is dollar amount per half kilo of tea. Let me catch up with chat again. Wonder if I could draw parallels between tea ceremony and visiting the local gun range. I will pursue that train of thought in a moment. They're both rituals. In the latter, you must check your gun, be aware of your surroundings, focus on your tasks. I was planning on doing music as your freelance job. You're pretty good at graphic design too. Not Linkara. I would strongly encourage you to focus on a thing. You sound like you are young. Your early 20s at the most. Focus on a thing and see the cash flows that you can generate from it. Graphic design sounds like a hard skill. Hard skill in the sense that it's quantifiable. You can generate a portfolio of works, and it sounds easier to monetize, at least in the short term. So my initial reaction is to say, do that. I'm not telling you to abandon music. There's definitely money to be made in music when certain conditions are met. Like, for example, Nymphy Rin is currently in the process of pivoting into a musical career, but she has had a lot of lead up in order to be able to do that. And she's been doing other things before pursuing that. So I would say keep music on the back burner, keep it as a hobby that you like engaging with. And when the time is right, when you have the opportunity to get that bag, definitely get that bag. But don't treat it as any kind of realistic, as a priority until it starts making money. Okay, Sun, so to your analogy between the gun range and tea ceremony, And I'm going to entertain your premise, just understanding that you have very little exposure to either. But first of all, let's look at that Tiguanyin. So, from a superficial perspective, it looks good. It's supposed to be a deep emerald color when it's in tea leaf form. They're tightly knit, dried, and rolled, so I like the way it looks. We already warmed up our Gaiwan, so we're going to shake it a little bit to throw off any broken leaf fragments and give it a little bit of space to aerate. Not using too much water for the initial infusion. So, before we start discussing things, we need to agree on baseline terminology. So, tea ceremony is a catch-all term for any kind of drinking tea that is perceived to be arcane and not entirely utilitarian. But for the purposes of the discussion, we're going to say that by tea ceremony, we mean just drinking tea the way we are, because this is by no means tea ceremony. This is not even Gunfucha, which is the Chinese sampling ceremony. And this doesn't even approach the performance of a Zen tea ceremony, as is practiced in Chanoyu. The smell is very nice. See, it smells very good. This is specifically an autumn crop of Tiguanyin. Autumn is always the preferred crop, never by spring, because spring is a volume crop. It did not have enough time to accumulate the aromatic oils that it needs in order to produce a stable flavor. So, the gun range, visiting the gun range, comes in a variety of forms. If we're talking about the practice of, just going to the gun range for the purpose of shooting a gun, depending on how you structure it, it can just be entertainment from you engaging with the shooty stick and burning through whatever allotment of ammo that you have either pre-purchased or are willing to overpay for on the range itself. In order for the practice to become meaningful, you need to structure it in a meaningful sense. The things you were referring to previously as like the way you would check the gun, those you could call them rituals, but they are utilitarian rituals in the sense that that is just a baseline safety check. This is you making sure that you're engaging with the hobby safely, such as you're not violating the 4 rules of gun safety in your day-to-day interactions with the gun. And by the way, you are supposed to abide by those rules even when you're not at the gun range. So, for example, there is a gun currently on my desk, but I use it in accordance with the 4 rules of gun safety. If I were to attempt to manipulate this gun, and by meaningfully manipulate, such as remove it from the holster, inspect any element of it, or, for example, place it inside my waistband, I would... Just a second. Let me show you the developed tea leaf. Let's obscure it from the ambient light. So it's still a nice and healthy emerald green. The smell is pretty good. The brew is a little bit yellowish for my taste. I prefer the Tiguanyin to infuse into a brighter jade green. But this is why I've adjudicated this particular Tiguanyin preparation to be of a lower grade than what I typically want to aspire to. But let's take our first sip. It's very light on the fruit that I would typically expect of a Tiguanyin. The traces of fermentation are definitely there. It's starting to develop a bit of that umami to it. Still, I would say it's mostly floral, biasing towards greens. And you want your Tiguanyin to be of a pronouncedly flowery palette. So this is a little flat. So this is generally what you would expect from a middle market Tiguanyin offering. I would guesstimate that it is about the $400 to $600 per half kilo price range at wholesale. I forget what I paid for it at the point of sale. I think I've paid $34 for 100 grams. Yeah, that about tracks. So I really didn't pay a lot for it, but it's definitely not my preferred Tiguanyin. Like, this is very much a pay once, cry once kind of situation where I'll probably revert back to my to the tea that I bought off of Amazon, because that was a consistent 800 to 1,000 grade Tiguanyin. Religious ritual involves offering food gifts, offerings that would hold food high as not to breathe on it. Is a utilitarian origin. They don't want to dirty the food, but at the point can help but feel that it is done just because it makes the whole thing more. Son, you need to figure out a better term for special, because the way you use it, it sounds derogatory. Like, you need to find a more precise descriptor for what you're trying to deride. Arcane or ritualistic or whatever. But yeah, I'm actually not a fan of this particular tea. So, I would say that the activities around checking your firearm, they are ritualistic in the sense that they are frequently repeated. They have a very clear utility. And that utility is not NDing into something where you don't want a bullet hole to exist. So fairly straightforward. There is no additional spiritual component to it. It is literal Pavlovian conditioning of yourself to handle and implement safely, especially if you live in a free country and you can just interface with firearms on a day-to-day basis. It is imperative that you drill correct habits of interacting said source of potential danger in a way that is meaningfully safe. All right, let's heat up some water. Sorry, I was getting some more water for myself. What the fuck? No, allow. Begone, Automod, Janny. I cast thee into the cum realm. Maybe instead of using special as a derogatory, you just use retarded. A very crucial distinction is that firearm safety methodology has a very immediate reminder of why it's used in the moment. Someone fucks it up, so the meaning can't be lost. Yeah, that's true. No, the ritual of gun safety brings zero enjoyment. The primary enjoyment that you derive from following gun safety is not having to cut your range day short because some retard shot himself in the foot. That's basically all of the enjoyment that you derive from that. Like, not being featured in Brandon Herrera's Darwin Award is the is the primary source of enjoyment of following good gun safety, and also not making yourself a statistic that gun grabbers will then try to use. But the ritualism around tea, some of it is derived from things that we just culturally as Europeans find superfluous. It's actually described very well in Kakuzo Kakuro's Book of Tea, which is public domain now, and it's written originally in very strong academic language, in very strong academic English. So was he a Buddhist monk? I'm not sure about that one. he was definitely a scholar and had a very good handle of English. So the book was originally written in English for the purpose of explaining tea culture to Europeans. In that case, maybe it could be made to be enjoyable by interpreting it as a ritual in the same way that people interpret drinking tea. No, son, completely fucking different. So, there is enjoyment in handling firearms at the range, but there is a very clear separation of using firearms for entertainment because it is fun when things go boom, and I am no stranger to that. I love running my my Benelli M4. It exists predominantly as a range toy for me, but at the same time, you need to separate instances when you do that from instances where you go to the range to train. So, for example, if this is not an enjoyable gun to shoot. This is a subcompact Glock 43X. It is the farthest from being fun as humanly possible, especially since, I have adult-sized hands, and it's barely large enough for me to grip comfortably. It kicks like a son of a bitch. It's uncomfortable to control. It's not enjoyable to shoot at all. The only thing that is less enjoyable to shoot than this Glock is a fucking Rock Island Armory 1911 chambered in .45. But I need to put the work in with this particular implement because this is my carry gun. I need to go to the range, and when I go to the range with it, I set up, I get 250 rounds of ammo, and I shoot through the 250 rounds of ammo in bursts of 3 to 5, and I specifically look at, what are the results that I'm projecting on the paper. I'm looking for things to adjust, this, my my point of aim to point of impact has shifted in this direction. This is indicative of this error. I work on these things. Either my grip is not correct, or my trigger pull is not correct, or I'm anticipating recoil, and these are things that I will actively work on in the process of going to the range and going through the motions. Twitch didn't see anything? No, Linkara, don't worry. Twitch is fine with guns. Twitch is fine with guns. There's some anime racism going into, over-policing VTubers specifically, but I made sure to not point the gun at the camera. Twitch is actually more tolerant of gun content than YouTube. If I were to field strip this gun right now and reassemble it, I would realistically risk getting a hard strike on YouTube. Alright, let's get this brew going. I make it sound like a chore. Your point is that maybe if you made it more like my tea drinking, I would feel less like a chore. No. You misunderstand the ultimate purpose of doing that, son. The purpose of me going to the gun range with my carry gun is to acquire proficiency with my carry gun. I am going there for the pronounced purpose of skill acquisition. Skill acquisition requires me to go through the motions of shooting my gun in volumes that exceed it being fun, and also at cost that exceeds it being fun, because I have to buy the ammo out of pocket. Shooting is like the most hardcore game you ever played. A few dollars at a time. If you fuck it up, you feel annoyed. If you do it right, you feel good, and figure out how to do it right even more. Yeah, exactly. Again, there's a way to fuck around with guns and to just have pure fun. There's not a lot of training benefit from, for example, the way I... Well, you know what? There is a training benefit in the way I run my Benelli, because usually I'm going to load up my sidecar. I'm going to load up the entire thing, including ghost loading. Make it sound like gambling? It's not gambling. Yeah, it's all skill. No. It doesn't. Unless you're using something like a very bad firearm, something that's poorly machined, then there's very little gambling involved. There is zero gambling involved in shooting a handgun at 7 yards. It is strictly technique. There is also the component of how much the gun you're using will allow you to crutch on it to cover up issues you have with your technique. A subcompact gun will identify, like a subcompact Glock is going to identify the issues you have very quickly. Something like a Lago Alien will cover up a lot of those issues because it is inherently a more pleasant gun to shoot. So if Hassan doesn't get too carried away and start doing gun content as well, he's a bit too much of a pussy to engage with gun content. And he also lives in California, so he can't even own guns that are interesting. One last attempt at trying to argue your idea. Go for it. I see the angle that you're trying to pursue, and I'm not going to agree with your with the terms you're going to put forward, because see the key difference with things that you're trying to analogize, the psyching yourself up, the cooldown, etc. Okay, what is that? First of all, you don't need to psych yourself up for every lift, son. That's already a thing that I'm going to point out. Psyching yourself up is like an extremely occasional treat that you get, because psyching yourself up generates a lot of central fatigue. It exposes you to injury risk. So not really a productive practice to have on the regular. Into religious experiences? No. I'm just gonna say no. Incorrect. Next. Son, you're missing the forest for the trees, because the purpose of drinking tea, the way I'm drinking it right now, like in a, for lack of a better term, secular practice, like we are doing here right now, is to drink tea. I do have the merchant component of also assessing the quality of the tea I have bought compared to other sources of tea where I usually get it from and the money that I've spent on it. So there's an educational component that I'm adding to it as to, educating chat on how to pick their teas and how to sample it correctly. Or, I'm trying my best at it the very least. In the meantime, so this is our third brew. It's generally normal for oolongs to take a couple of brews to develop because they are tightly rolled. So it's starting to release more aromatics into the infusion. It's becoming, I'm not sure if it's coming through on the camera, but the color is becoming a little bit more robust, a little bit greener, closer to that light jade that I like to see. And there is more flower coming into the palate. It's now less flat and green, and we're getting into the more robust floral notes that I would like to see from an oolong of this fermentation grade. However, I am getting no fruit. I am getting no sweet aftertaste, because the way you drink tea, you're supposed to aerate it, as in with the original pull, and you're supposed to pull the tea, and you are supposed to pull it with a little gargle. Like, you are supposed to drink Chinese and Japanese teas audibly, because that aerates and aerosolizes the aromatics in the infusion better, and you are therefore better able to appreciate the taste. And also, you are supposed to add that audible exhale after you drink, because that further helps you to aerosolize those aromatic components. So both are very important. You have the primary taste, and then you have the aftertaste. And Tieguanin is supposed to have a very pronounced sort of fruit-like sweetness on the exhale, and this particular Tieguanin does not have that, which disqualifies it being from being a high grade, sort of quote-unquote competition grade Tieguanin. It's a good one. How can tea cake tea block apply to that? What do you mean? Can you please specify? We have tea cakes on the menu. Hopefully we'll survive long enough to taste some. The tea cakes, depending on whether or not it's a raw pu'er or a, how it's referred to as aged pu'er, they are going to have different target palettes. They're also going to vary by stock and age. So raw pu'er, or sheng pu'er, also known as green pu'ers, are what's referred to as post-fermentation teas, meaning that at the point of processing, they are rolled, dried, stored in hay bales to post-ferment, and then compressed into tea cakes, and then in the case of sheng pu'er, it continues fermentation while in cake form. Ripe pu'er, or shu pu'er, or black pu'er, is also a post-fermented tea. There are blocks of tea, but they're also they're all loosely termed as cake. There are many variants of cake. There's a flat tea cake that's disc-like. There are tea bricks that are still technically cakes. There are tocha, which are tea heads, which are highly dense agglomerations that will be identified in the tea as it's being post-fermented in hay bales. So cake is just a catch-all term. You're not wrong in calling them bricks or blocks. So with ripe tea, or with shu pu'er, the thing is it tries to imitate the taste palette of a very significantly aged shen pu'er. As shen pu'er continues to ferment after compression, it will start gradually going away from its original very leafy, very green, astringent taste of a young pu'er, and it will start developing notes of very distinct sweetness. It's going to go to grassy, flowery, woody, and it's going to go into fruit as like in later stages of its development, and then the fruity taste is going to become more mellowed out. It's going to resemble a good aged whiskey after about 15 years of post-fermentation. So shu pu'ers are an attempt at producing a similar palate to a 15 to 20-year-old sheng pu'er on an industrial basis instantly. So that's why they post-process it, post-ferment it very quickly. The firing process is a little bit different, and shu pu'ers do not have any kind of dynamic change to their taste with age. Like a brick of shu pu'er that has just been pressed is not, if it's provided it's made of same or comparable stock with same or comparable production technologies, it's not going to be materially different from a brick made the same way 15 years ago. That's why aged ripe pu'er is a misnomer. You're just overpaying for it being some kind of rare run, which is not even guaranteed to be good. I've generally gone away from drinking shu pu'er as it's just objectively an inferior offering. We're not going to get into the details of, preconditioning your purple clay teapot to drink pu'er, because that's a rabbit hole for our next time. Hopefully I'll figure out the chroma key setup. And it's less about figuring out the chroma key. It's more about figuring out how do I implement this into Venian. And there are ways to do that. I've already found the secondary camera setups. So look forward to more tea streams, and I guess that's going to be another topic that we're going to cover. I forgot, what was the original question? What were you asking about tea bricks? One thing that you can sort of notice that, like, you can ideate that this is a gaiwan that is not made by the Chinese, it's made by the Japanese. They don't entirely understand the logistics of using a gaiwan because the base plate is too wide and it doesn't offer a comfortable way to pick it up with one hand. Like, my hands are pretty large, especially when compared to your typical Oriental. So this is a Chinese gaiwan, and I can comfortably pick it up with one hand. Oh, how can I apply tea cakes into ceremony of guns? Uh, I mean, the same way as any other tea. You just can't, because those are very different activities. The purpose of drinking tea. Okay, so here's the thing. Um, a a secular everyday tea drinking, the way we're doing it right now, is most similar to just going to the range for shits and giggles and having fun. Those are going to be somewhat similar in the sense that there is an appropriate way of treating the tea leaf in order for it to perform optimally. There is a recommended setup of things that you use in this process, and the ultimate goal is to drink tea and enjoy drinking said tea. Usually deviating from the standard process will likely cause you to not enjoy the tea that you're drinking. If we analogize that to interacting with guns, it's going to be solely applicable to the context of shooting guns for fun. So I will still use my appropriate equipment, such as my eye and ear protection. I will use ammunition that is appropriate for the context that I am using those guns in. For example, I'm not going to have steel core ammo for shooting steel targets, or I'm not going to shoot fucking slugs or double-aught buck out of my shotgun at steel targets, or whatever else sort of applicable analogy you can add. And then I'm just going to go to the range. I'm going to abide by the normal rules of being at the range or handling firearms. But I'm going to be there solely for the purpose of entertainment, which means I will burn through whatever amount of ammo I have on me to enjoy the experience of shooting a Benelli M4. It's developing quite nicely. It's still a little bit light on the fruit side of the palate. It's expressly flowery, which is not bad. There's a lot more in the smell. The best way you can assess a smell of a tea is basically from the lid. It contains enough aerosolized particles to give you a good idea of what the palate is supposed to be. So my guess is going to be that the stalk is a little bit rough, so it's probably off of an older plant. This is an autumn harvest. Oh, hey there, Manny. How are you doing? Spill the thesis? Proof's next thread? How are you doing, man? You could term this as you could say that this is the Dark Souls of drinking tea. Where was I? Ah, yes. So, from the way it's infusing, and the way that it's very flat in terms of its taste profile, I would say that this is sourced from older tea bushes. Hey there, Sukadri. You redeemed tea? Why, thank you. I'll get onto it momentarily. See, again, another thing. This is how you know that this was designed by someone who does not have like a day-to-day awareness. This is an acceptable way of handling a Gaiwan, but that sort of makes the base saucer kind of pointless. But it's still my favorite Gaiwan. First, because, the natural effect of Thing Japan. It's also, from a collecting perspective, it is funny to me to have a piece of very distinctly Chinese teaware made by the Japanese as sort of a flex. Okay, it's starting to even out. So the taste is not really changing materially. It's mostly plateaued, and from this point onward, it's just going to be... it's just going to peter off. Which is generally fine. Again, for the money, not a bad tea to consider. Not my preferred source. So once I run through this stock of Tiguanin, I will likely just be repurchasing it from the vendor I typically source my my Iron Bodhisattva tea from. I also want to switch out the saucer for the next one, because I'm going to rotate the tea equipage slightly here. I also don't really want to throw away perfectly viable tea leaf. That's generally wasteful. One of my favorite quotes from the aforementioned Book of Tea is actually a quote from a Sung poet by the name of Li Lai, I think. And the quote goes something to the effect of, the three most deplorable things in life are the spoiling of fine youth through false education, the depreciation of fine art through vulgar appraisal, and the utter waste of good tea through inappropriate manipulation. And starting a tea and just letting it die or throwing it out before it's been properly brewed definitely falls under inappropriate brewing and a waste of good tea. Like, I complain, bitch, and whinge, but this is still a very solid tea. This is a very solid sort of middle market offering. Wouldn't say entry level, because it takes a little finessing to get it to a place where it's actually fun to drink. But it's okay. I still consume it. I still have a shit ton of it too. I mean, yeah. Okay, I'm probably going to upgrade it. I'm not going to say that this is a 300. This is not a 300 grade tea. This is more something to the effect of, let's say, a 4 to a 600 grade. So pretty okay for everyday drinking. Pretty good when you want to onboard someone who's not going to know any better. Not something that I would set aside an evening to drink. You know, because sometimes, you know, like the way I used to watch anime, for example, is I would have my for example, my fresh episode of, excuse me, I would have my upcoming freshly released episode of Monogatari. I would have my Japanese snacks set up, and I would have my preferred preparation of tea ready. Yeah, this is going to take us a couple of infusions to run it dry. Let's do 2 more. And if the leaf doesn't give way, you can see that it's filling up the entire infuser. That's also because these are 7-gram sort of pre-weighted, pre-sealed vacuum pouches, and I don't want to fuck with them by emptying them out into a can. They store significantly better when you leave them in vacuum-sealed packs. It's just that, you know, this guy one is a little bit small for the volume of tea we're dealing with. But in the context of, for example, me not having to get up and swap out my teas if I'm drinking tea in the middle of a workday, it actually works out. I just need to adjust my brewing times and the volume of water I'm infusing into it, and it, you know, becomes a very sort of practical way of doing that. It's not optimal if we're going strictly down the route of tasting teas and assessing their inherent qualities. Actually, let it sit for a little bit so that it extracts a little bit stronger. Let the tea kettle refresh. My only gripe with my current tea kettle is it's a little smallish, and as you start decreasing the volume of water inside it, so it starts cooling down significantly faster. The saucer I'm using, by the way, is a, what's the term for it? Goddamn, I forget. So I bought this in Aizu Wakamatsu. And I believe the term for this particular school of regional pottery is referred to as something to the effect of Kuro Tsuruyaki, I think so. Something like that. Is it that Kurogawa? I'm blanking on it entirely. So basically, there's a prominent castle in Aizu Wakamatsu. Fuck it, let's look it up. Where is my Google Chrome? Oh shit, I forgot to post my go live on Twitter. That's embarrassing. Okay. Maps. Let's pan out so that we're not... let's see. Chrome. Oh, come on. Google Maps, there we go. It's not where I want you to be. It's a little difficult to wrangle the window. Why is it not visible? Why is it under... This is not making any sense. Okay, there we are. Let's hide the hand cam for a bit. Right, so let's see. Aizu Wakamatsu. Okay, there it is. Tsuruga-jo. Tsuruga-jo used to be called... Can we find the old name of Tsuruga-jo? Is there a Wikipedia article I could read? Tsuruga Castle. National Tourism Board, Wikipedia, Aizu Wakamatsu Castle, Tsuruga-jo Castle, Northern Aizu Wakamatsu. It's actually one of the older surviving castles. There it is, Kurogawa-jo. So that's the old name of it. And the regional pottery that is specific to that region is called Kurogawa-yaki. So this it's actually a sake cup initially. Usually the open profile of these is more appropriate for drinking sake, but since I don't drink, I use them for tea. So yeah. There's really nothing special about it. It's not materially different from Minoyaki or any kind of other... Or rather, it's not materially different from most other regional pottery schools. But they claim that a part of the color profile in the enamel is derived from the clay that they use, that's found in the river that flows nearby the castle. I think that's a very nice little tidbit of, the relevance of local crafts. Aizu Wakamatsu is also very famous for lacquerware. Right, I need to go and use the facilities real quick, so y'all entertain yourselves. This is actually a known hazard of drinking lots of teas, but I will be right back. Normally, I would be complaining about being uncomfortable sitting cross-legged on the floor by this time, but the tea is actually providing a sizable distraction from the discomfort of it, which I enjoy. Okay, see what we're working with. I did just drain a new infusion. Very nice. It's starting to become a little bit more astringent because it is spending more time in contact with the hot water. Yeah, and the taste profile is becoming significantly flatter. Still drinkable, but what we're going to do is we're going to retire it to the side of the desk for me to finish drinking it later. We're going to introduce our Zhuyao Gaiwan, and to sort of maintain... you know what, we're not maintaining a balance, because I think most of my drinking cups are Japanese. But we're going to make it a more Japanese cup. This is also a sake cup by its original intention, but I don't respect the original design. So this is part of my collection of miniature raku cups. So this is a design based on the one of the designs of the raku family. So this is normally a larger cup. It's used for Zen tea ceremony, for whipping matcha, or mixing matcha rather than whipping it, because these are normally used for koicha. But we're going to give it a once over with some hot water, just because it's been standing on a shelf for quite a while. We're going to move on to our next tea in the grade of fermentation. It's probably going to be let's see what we're doing for time. 2 hours in. Okay, we can do one of the dansong. The dansong teas should work just fine. Okay, let's finish up our last infusion of the tieguanyin. Yeah, a different cup shape doesn't materially change the taste of the tea. Which is desired. You know, you don't want your tea to... you don't want your utensils to interfere with the taste of whatever you're drinking. Let's refill the water. One of these days I should subject you all to the experience of a proper tea ceremony. At the very least, you know, the very baseline etiquette one. Is my tea board leaking? It kind of is. Is the water level acceptable? Okay, so we're still in oolong territory, so we're going to stay on the 195 temperature of water. But we are going to go with Guihua-san. So it is a Wui province mountain oolong. As you can glean from the name, it is usually cultivated at significant altitudes, which is a reason why, for example, Chinese stock is so much better for fermented teas than Japanese stock, because it grows at altitudes that are generally not found in Japan altogether. Okay, the Honghua Guihua-san. Okay, here it is. We'll give it a moment to heat up. We no longer have a free saucer to demonstrate the dry leaf, unfortunately. Or do we? I can actually use the cup that we've currently moved on. Actually dry it out completely and thoroughly, just to make sure it doesn't add any kind of water to the leaves. Okay, so we're going to follow the rough rule of occupying about a third of the space. Oh, what am I doing? No, never mind. We're not doing Dansong yet. We're going to do T-Man's Tiguanin. There it is. So this is a similar tea to the one that we've just sampled from T-Man. Very interested to see how it compares to what we've adjudicated to be about a 600 grade Tiguanin. The grains are on the smallish side. The color is good. I'm seeing a good emerald color to it. So it's still on the darker side. You don't want your Tiguanin to be bright in the sense that it's not supposed to be of a light color. It means that it's oxidized and discolored. The smell is good. I am seeing distinctly more branch, which is not worse or better. It's just different. It's just some people prefer to have a little bit more branch in their rolled tea leaves. It adds a little bit of edge to the taste profile. The water is about to heat through. I'm interested. I'm underloading the Gaiwan slightly, as to avoid occupying another perfectly good tea vessel with tea that I'm not going to be able to finish on stream. All right, let's warm our infuser. I'm not going to show off this in the infuser itself, but if you can see, it has that little cracked pattern to it. This develops through use. So normally when you buy a brand new Zhuyao infuser or a Zhuyao anything, the glaze is of a solid color. And through the course of use, the tea patina is going to build up in the recesses, in the micro recesses of the glaze. It's going to bring out that characteristic sort of lived in pattern on it, not to be confused with just tea stains that will also sometimes be present on some of my teaware. All right, did we drain it? Yes, we did. Okay. Add the hot water here. This is now ready. Okay, let's shake off any dust that it may have accumulated. Give it an initial smell. Faint, but we have not introduced water to it yet. As I have warned, I will not be following the brewing instructions on the packet because the brewing instructions on the packet are assumed from a different brewing situation than the one I'm using. All right, smell check. Interesting. I'm detecting more smoke in this one, so this may be a more fired variant, in the sense that it was longs after being rolled, they're usually fired to stop the fermentation process. So again, not worse or better, just different. There are more smoky variants of Tiguanin. Sometimes it's a nice change of pace. It's going to be pronouncedly less floral in that case. I'm going to give it a bit of time to infuse, because it is a tightly wound leaf. And as I've found, for some reason, probably has to do with, being at a different altitude than what I'm used to in Texas, or, just the atmospheric pressure of the desert being slightly different. Some teas, especially, these tightly rolled teas, are taking a little bit more time to infuse compared to what I was used to in Europe. Okay, the leaves are unwinding. You like to see that. Mm-hmm. So the broth is markedly more yellow. Not exactly a standard depiction. Not a standard brew that you would expect, but if it's more smoky and more fired, that's to be expected. Let's give it a whiff. Mm-hmm. All right, let's test. Mm-hmm. Definitely a stronger firing on this one. It's reminiscent of Laocha. So like it is a method where old stock is refired to prevent it from going stale and flat. Not bad. I do like that it has that additional kick from the stems. And the additional firing does work better with it. So it is a higher fermentation grade than the autumn stock Tiguanyin. Does T-Man indicate a harvest on this? He does not. Okay, I guess I'll ask him later. This is most likely autumn harvest, because spring doesn't really have enough flavor to it to survive being aged and fired. So this isn't technically, I wouldn't call it a pure Iron Bodhisattva. This is not a pure Tiguanyin. I would say that this is probably a Laocha Tiguanyin. Getting some acidity from the smoke. Okay, let me finish this one so that I don't cross-contaminate the brews. Yeah, you can definitely feel the tea stem. What's the recommended temperature for this one? 195. That's exactly the temperature I'm brewing it at. Okay, so we are following guidelines to a certain extent. I kind of want to see it sit in the infuser a little bit more, because the leaves do appear to be a little bit skinny. So it's a less resistant form factor to brewing than the previous ones. Continue drinking this. Yeah. So because of the firing, or of the smoking rather, it lacks that that green floral floor or grassy floor that we've had in the previous one. The stems are doing a good job at having a robust flavor profile. That would generally be the purpose of having more stem in your tea stock. Being mindful of trying to not overbrew it. It's not my particular go-to for when I want to drink Tiguanyin. I prefer to stay on the more sort of fruits and flowers side of the palate for my Tiguanyin, but I'd say it is an easier flavor to appreciate. It's more robust. It will be significantly more tolerant of you not brewing it correctly. So yeah, as a wide appeal, and again as a entry-level tea, Very good, especially for the money. So if you're looking to get into tea, yeah, that's going to be a hard recommend. For like an entry level getting into tea culture, I'd say the Tiguanyin that the tea man sells, very, very solid point of entry. It's not going to break the bank. You're not going to be, you're not forced into blind guessing and gambling with a lot of money when you're buying it. And it will be a good medium for you to, first of all, learn to operate the utensils. I don't remember if T-Man sells any utensils on the website. I think he does. Because it's because it's a fired Tiguanyin, it is less sensitive to storage. So I typically store all of my lower fermentation teas in Ziploc bags in the fridge. I'm probably going to store it. I would recommend storing this one in the fridge as well, because it is not a fully fermented tea. It's not fired that hard, so it's still going to react to temperature and oxygen. I think it's good for one more infusion. Yeah, but very solid entry level Tiguanyin. I'm struggling for categorizing it for the stock price, because it's Laocha. So that's skewing the price point slightly. It depends, depending on the sort of how fashionable Laocha is in a specific year, it's going to move its relative price to standard Tiguanyin up and down. But yeah, I'm not going to try to guesstimate the wholesale price of this. I will just say that, yeah, this is a good point if you've never tried Tiguanyin and you want to sort of dip your toe into tea drinking. Generally, a solid point of entry. I think it's starting to run a little flat, so that's probably the last infusion that I'm going to try to juice from it. It did develop fairly well. I did estimate how much space it will take up in the infuser quite accurately. We're going to let it steep. As it is a post-fired and post-processed Laocha, it does not have the longevity you would typically expect of oolong teas. Not even of oolong teas in general, of Tiguanyin in general. Essentially, the less processed a tea is, the less fermented, the less firing it's received, the more yield it's going to have in terms of just brew and infusion. Shenpuer being an outlier in that sense. Well, for one, because Shenpuer, I don't believe, is ever fired. Okay, I'm interested to see how this one, there's a longer infusion, how this one performs. I've mentioned earlier the bamboo trays have a habit of rotting. Have you considered oak? Well, if someone were to make an oak tea board, I would probably consider that, yes. My current option is probably going to a metal one. The mold is the primary issue here. Because Texas is very humid, it's very easy for mold to build up at like the slightest remnant of any kind of humidity. Because I live fairly close to the Gulf of America. Can it be too hard to make one? Surely can't be. Oh, can't be too hard. I lack the space for a workshop, Digby. Unfortunately, woodworking was never something that I was terribly interested in. I guess maybe once I move into a house with a garage space. Oak lasts pretty well in humid environments. That's why you suggested it. I mean, if I get around to setting up a woodworking shop in my garage, I guess I could consider making one. As it currently stands, I'm perfectly pleased with giving money to the Chinese for a tea board that just won't evaporate. I forget how this appeared. I don't remember how this fucking oh no, I remember how this fucking happened. I had an incense burner stand right fucking there. And the heat from all of the incense sticks was sinking into the foot of the incense burner. Official Kuromaru T-board merch when? I'm going to say somewhere around the 30 CCV point. At that point, I will at the very least be able to confirm consistent interest to produce stock. See, if I'm going to make my own branded tea board, I need to... Why did I just pour more water onto it? I was going to say that that's the last... Okay, fine, fuck it. We make this the last infusion. I mean, it sort of speaks to the fact that this is a pleasant tea to drink, if I'm willingly, or rather subconsciously, continuing to pour water over it, even though I wanted to cycle it out. In order to produce a branded tea board, I would have to find something that I can make or design about it that is going to make it stand out from any other tea offering outside of my branding. Like, it has to be materially better to justify producing it, you know? Some kind of drainage system, some kind of means of handling the slush water. Like, something about it has to be convenient enough where I can vouch for the design and put my trademark on it. Well, that, and potentially exposing myself to being doxxed through logistics. That's also not fun. Guess there's something where being a girl would be easier. You can just slap a lewd image on and call it a day. Oh god, I just imagined it. A fucking Dakimakura pattern vinyl wrap on the top surface of the tea board. Holy shit. If I were to do that, I'm pretty sure that several people I know from the tea circles would put out a hit on me, justifiably so. Pretty sure T-Man would buy a Bara tea board. I hope not. Waifu tea board, maybe. But then again, you see, like, the problem is that things that come into contact with tea, they build up a patina to them, and very, very few artistic expressions deal well from being discolored by patina. So you either need to artistically clean it. You know what? I think a better use of merchandising here. Oh, sorry, Tenma. Tenma and T-Man have the same name when your brain skips like a CD. Yeah, that's true. Listen, I even though I'm wearing my prescription glasses, I am way behind on updating my prescription glasses. These are probably 15 years old at this point. But what I was saying is, so tea pets like this frog, I'm going to demonstrate that in a moment, color-changing tea pets are made by having a temperature-reactive polymer sprayed on them as a coating. Hope it's warm enough. So when they are when you introduce... Okay, the water is not hot enough. Warm it up a little bit more to demonstrate the point. But basically, they're coated with a polymer that becomes transparent when it's exposed to heat. That's why if I were to pour hot water over this frog, it will turn bright yellow as opposed to its current color. And the colors don't have to be close. You can actually have pretty drastic color changes thanks to that. So what you can do is you could design an anime figure of a waifu, and you could have elements of it be coated in said polymer to basically make it like a color-changing waifu figure. Yeah, exactly. Well, the peeing boys are a little bit different. It doesn't really have to do anything with the color change. So the color change is a more recent gimmick. She turns into Gyaru when you pour the hot water on her. There you go. Yeah, that's definitely an idea. I guess in my case it would be the alright, let's see. Whoosh. It turns slightly brighter. I guess let me see if I have a better demonstration for that. I do have another color changing teapot. Just a second. Just need to get it off my desk. Alright. Yeah, this little pudgy tiger. So he turns off-white when he's exposed to hot water. Sit you down over here. Actually, not a bad idea to stretch my legs, but I'm gonna sit back down. You wonder if you could engineer the board to have better evaporative surface area available? There's not really a lot of sense. Like, there's not a lot of demand for there being better evaporative surfaces for the tea board itself. Like, any tea that goes into the slush, or any hot water that goes into the slush, doesn't really interfere with anything. I guess if I were to try to specifically appeal to Tenma, I could design a figurine of me, but when you pour water, the rash guard disappears and reveals the patchwork of tattoos. But then again, I would be appealing to a market of one. Kuromaru teapot, yeah. I would probably want to style it in the way that the Luwu teapot is usually shaped. Let me try to look. Where's Chrome? Come on, Chrome, do not shit the bed. Okay. Luwu teapot. Keep forgetting where the H is supposed to be. Okay, the Chinese name for that is going to be Lu Yui, I guess? Lu Yui. Ah, okay, so Lu Yu does show it a little bit better. Let me find a good photo here real quick. So Lu Wu or Lu Yui, depending on what variant of Mandarin you want to pursue here. Okay, let me bring it up on stream now. Where is hide the hand cam? Show Chrome. There it is. It's going to look something like that. It is a man sitting and sampling tea. There are many variants of it. I prefer the more simplistic ones. Yes, but how many would that woman buy? Realistically, I would say none. I do not I do not overestimate my clout and reach. As of right now, I'm still struggling to get a response from Kersha's mods about inviting her to the podcast. Okay. So let's summarize this. Very solid Tieguanyin offering. Very good, especially for the price. WT man. If you have not had any exposure to drinking tea, I would say that this is a strong recommendation for me. So yeah, this is thedragonstreasure.com, and the specific preparation of tea that we were sampling today is the Iron Goddess of Mercy, also known as Tieguanyin or Iron Bodhisattva. Pretend to be a cute girl inviting Kersha, and say you'll give her mods feet pics if they talk to her about it. I'm not about to engage in swindling, Digby. I think it's dishonest. I insist on operating and interacting with people in good faith. I think it's also important for me to aspire to have the clout, to have people proactively bring me up to Kersha and ask her to appear on the Holy Tatami podcast. I mean, if you want to see more Korsha or more Tenma or any insert Oshi, you do have the freedom to just advocate for that in their chat and in their communities. All right, I'm going to go and swap out the tea leaves in this infuser and also hit the bathroom, and I'll be right back with our next tea. Okay. Pretty sure I've exceeded the recommended amount of caffeine one is supposed to consume by at least double at this point. So we're going to go into our more fermented offerings that incidentally have slightly less caffeine in them, but I'm pretty sure that I will be tweaking out today. That's a known hazard, comes with the territory. Okay. For this one. Oh, shit, my board is also almost filled. Give me a second. I'm gonna go and quickly empty this out so I don't make a mess. Yeah, this is another thing to be cognizant of whenever you're drinking tea without a drainage system, is that sometimes it's just gonna fucking fill up. Okay, now we're back. Wipe it down real quick so that we don't make a mess on the desk. Yeah, one of the things is that the Chinese method of drinking tea does produce a lot of splashback. That's something to be cognizant of, which is the purpose of having a spillboard in the first place. There's just an understanding that shit's gonna be flying in each and every direction. Okay, our water is heated. Yes, there is our our Dunsong tea. So we mountain oolongs can be roughly separated into two big groups. Everything that is the Hongpao, which is like a strictly controlled and government mandated standard of tea, and everything else that's not the Hongpao. Generally, you will have them share a lot of stock, but as long as something doesn't have to abide by the taste profile of being specifically the Hongpao, you have a lot more variability in the taste profiles. So this is Fenhuan Dansong. You can see that it's a significantly darker and less tightly rolled leaf. This is a higher degree of fermentation than the teas that we've been drinking so far. It has a very robust smell. Leans significantly more towards fruits and acidity. This is the benefit of stock that is grown at high altitudes. We're going to give it a quick rinse. So as you can see, even the rinse gives a deeper color of brew compared to the teas we've been drinking so far. So the taste profile that we're looking for here is going to be some residual smoke, more akin to dried fruit. We do not expect to have any kind of floral notes at this point. So we don't want to hear any greens. We don't want to have like an astringent grassy taste. That would be a deviation from the desired palate that we're going to look for here. Okay, pour it. Let's give it a quick whiff. Very nice. I'm getting a lot of smoke. It is a significantly more roasted tea. Very nice aftertaste kick. Very nice aftertaste kick to it. The palate is brighter. There's less subtlety to it because it is a higher fermentation degree. The roasting also brings out a lot of flavor. As any oolong, it's intended to survive several brews. Although it's not rolled as tightly as Tieguani, so it's going to develop faster, but it's also going to exhaust itself faster. I'm giving myself a little bit of time to think about what we're drinking. So giving it a little bit of time to cool down, because it's difficult to appreciate the taste of whatever you're drinking with a burnt tongue. Very nice. For a first infusion, there's already a lot of flavor. I look forward to seeing what the second one does. Oh, by the way, the Patch Gacha Redeem is back in business. I've completely restored that one, and since the new version of Vinian does support rectangular shapes again, I will be adding more patches to the gacha. So we are currently up to 10 variants. I will be gradually bumping it up to 20. The way that the meme frames are going to work is going to be different. I'm going to remove the randomization element to them, and I'm going to allow chat to actuate those with text. So use that power wisely. Right now, it should trigger at any mention of Eugene Stoner's invention. I'm not going to give you any more hints. If you figure it out, you figure it out. Alright, the water should be approaching a pre-boil. I'm going to take a hit of my kefir. Because I can feel the low blood sugar approaching. Because tea stimulates movement of water in your body, it is a very powerful diuretic, while it's also contained in a water medium. It results in an ultimate effect of it stimulating your metabolism. The downside being, it is very easy to induce hypoglycemia. I can feel that because there's a very slight jitter in my hands right now. Okay, we're going to give it a little bit of time to develop. I want to see a full-bodied brew from this one. The second and third brews are usually the best foot forward that a tea can bring, because it's now fully woken up, as you would say. That was still the previous one. I'm getting a nice woody smell. Not sure how I feel about the taste. It definitely doesn't measure up to what I was originally introduced to as Onii-san. It's supposed to have a very strong cinnamon aftertaste. This one, I'd say, is more on the sort of woodier, smokier side of the palate. Not bad. It's definitely in scope for something that we would still classify as a Fenhuan Dansong. Definitely more robust than a Big Red Robe. But it does lack the subtlety of what you would normally expect from something that markets itself as being specifically the cinnamon aroma variant. So the thing about Fenhuan Dansong is that it is a mixed stock tea, meaning that it's not a single source tea. It's not, leaves taken off of a single uniform bush or tree and just, directly sorted and mixed. No. High mountain oolongs are very specifically mixed to achieve specific flavor profiles. In that sense, they are more similar to things like English breakfast and Earl Grey, where you have a mix of different leaves and different parts of the leaf to achieve a specific profile. The difference being that Earl Grey and English breakfast barely have any flavor outside of the fucking burnt leaves that are used to make it up. I'm starting to get the jitters. I need to drink some Coke to offset it. The health benefits of the tea are too powerful for my American body. I need to offset it by drinking Mexican Coke. Hey, we're gonna keep going with the tea as of right now. Very nice. Usually, a more fermented tea is going to be more appropriate for a colder time of year, relatively speaking, as it does have a very strong warming effect, as opposed to greens and lightly fermented oolongs, typically being associated with a cooler time of the year. Any tea will stimulate you to perspire, but it is believed that the higher fermentation teas will also have a core warming effect. I'm not sure how much of that is just hearsay or over-reliance on the feng shui alchemy, but I do feel thoroughly warmed. My core temperature is consistently rising, and given that we're in the 90 degrees right now, I'm starting to sweat profusely. Well, such is the burden of the tea tester. I would struggle to place a price tag on this in terms of original wholesale purchasing stock, given that I have significantly less exposure to Fenhuan Dansongs than to Guanyin. Well, not less exposure, that's not the way to put it. It's difficult to grade teas that have received more firing because the differences become more subtle between them. I would roughly place it probably at the 600 grade, just based on the fact that it conforms to the requirements of the taste palette, but it lacks certain subtleties of it. The aftertaste is barely there. There is no overarching umami to it. Like, there's a lot of smoke, a lot of woody scents, very little dried fruit that you would expect from this particular preparation. Sorry, I'm trying to not spill my Coke all over the desk. Just a second. Okay. I may have just failed to share my Coke. Alright, so let me re-sugar myself real quick. So yes, it lacks the subtleties of a higher grade tea. Generally solid. Not a bad tea by any extent of the imagination. But doesn't quite fit the bill of what it aspires to be. A bit of a middling offering. So yeah, I would probably roughly place it in the 600 to 700 grade. That being $600 to $700 per half kilo. My sugar is very low. Okay, what are we looking at for our next runner-up? I'm not gonna go for another Dansong, just because it's going to be a lot of the same notes. What I will do, however, is we're going to go for a Da Hong Pao. A Da Hong Pao is a flatter taste profile than the Dansongs. There is a very strong focus on it being very specifically smoked wood, which is fine. Ooh, word over here. The Da Hong Pao is a very interesting balancing act. Usually you want it to be on the more fired, more heavily roasted side. However, the more expensive preparations of it actually feature lighter roasts, because that allows more of the leaf's flavor to come through, and it has that little touch of floral taste on top of the wood. Difficult to achieve, difficult to store. Because of that, it's not very common to find it. Most Da Hong Pao that you're going to find is going to be heavily roasted, and because of that, it's going to be predominantly lean into sort of the wood and fire. Okay, it's going to be our last hit of the Dansong. Okay, let's not mix the brews. Very nice. Again, I complain, I bitch and whinge, but it is still a very solid tea. It is starting to flatten out. For an oolong, I would probably want to see a little bit more endurance, so to speak. It's starting to develop an aftertaste. So it's moving in a direction where it's supposed to be. But it's not quite there. Cue the meme of Kevin Sorbo being disappointed. Okay, but again, solid everyday tea. You get bored of stargazing with Tiguanyin and greens. Pretty good. Okay, I'm going to swap out the leaves, and we're going to switch over to our next tea. decided to shift over to sitting on my knees because the best way to resolve your knee tendinitis is, of course, to aggravate your knee tendinitis. So I'm going to see how long I can last that way. So our next runner-up is going to be the Hong Pao, or Big Red Robe. Fairly ubiquitously known tea variant. You're going to see that it's visually quite similar to Danzong. The key difference being, is probably a little much. Key difference being that it's even more loose. It's not rolled as tightly as the Danzongs. The tea leaf is generally going to be slightly larger, and it is more roasted. We're still going to stay in the same range of temperatures. But, yeah. So because it's less tightly wound, tightly rolled, and more fired, it's going to exhaust itself even faster than the Danzongs. I pull that microphone up slightly. There we go. No, I cannot. My mic arm doesn't want to stay erect. I'm going to try to direct it towards myself that way. Hopefully this will work. Finish my Coke. Yeah, I was starting to get the hypoglycemia jitters, so I needed a quick pick-me-up there. Again, it's a known hazard for drinking teas for extended periods of time. This is fun. Tea is my preferred social activity, generally. It gives me something to do, gives me something to discuss. It's what you would normally refer to as a social lubricant. Fortunately, tea culture being what it is in the States, I'm somewhat deprived of company that can entertain the conversation meaningfully. Let's rattle it around a little bit to break off the dust. Give it a nice rinse. Use a strainer for this one. So this is an even deeper red, which we like to see. I'm going to rinse the cup to sort of have those aerosolized particles available to us. Okay. Significantly stronger woody scent compared to the Danzongs. The Danzongs were on the smokier profile, I would say. There was still some hints of florality there. Not sure that's a word, but it is now. The Hong Pao insists upon itself by being a pronouncedly very harshly roasted and highly fermented tea. It does result in a flatter taste profile, but it also makes it more consistent. So usually most tea preparations are going to be some kind of balance between consistency and how lightly they are roasted. And naturally, the more you fire a specific tea, the flatter you make the flavor, but also the more consistent you're able to make it. All right, let's see. Actually, not half bad. Very, very solid woody taste, starting to sort of ease into being slightly earthy. Kind of a hard oak barrel taste to it. With a touch of a smoky aftertaste on the exhale. Generally, these are all things that you like to see in a Da Hong Pao. It's very cool that we're getting that on the first infusion, mind you. A part of that is because it's not a tightly rolled tea. The tea leaves are of a respectable size. And the Gaiwan also smells very nice. Okay, I'm going to shift over to sit cross-legged again. Okay. I have successfully avoided face planting into the desk. Yeah, solid. This is the part of the purchase that I'm very pleased with. I would say this is a higher grade Da Hong Pao. So the grades that I'm using, they're not universal across tea preparations. Some tea preparations are more expensive than others inherently. So for example, Tea Guanyin is going to be a higher priced tea because it is more sensitive to seasonality. It doesn't store as well as other preparations, has more variance to the taste. So it's going to be inherently more expensive, especially if it's good. So I would say that this is something to the effect of a 600 to an 800 grade Da Hong Pao. So it's $600 to $800 per roughly a pound of tea. Very nice. It has that very slight touch of a fresh breeze at the end of the aftertaste. It can be sometimes characterized as watery, but not in the sense that the flavor is not there. In the sense that the very pronounced smokiness and fieriness of the taste is offset by the aftertaste. So it's a counterbalancing of the very pronounced fire in the main palate and the sort of soothing and cooling effect of some of the parts of the aftertaste. Funnily enough, the best Da Hong Pao I have ever tasted, I've gotten as payment for a freelance job. Because someone needed a presentation for like a pitch deck or something. And I agreed to the job. It was generally minor. You know, sort of I trusted the person who brought the this little task to my desk to not fuck me over with payment. So I didn't pre-negotiate. I was just, yeah, sure, I can do that. I did it. Everyone was pleased with the pitch deck. So I broached the question of payment, which is realistically, that was an expected part of the conversation. Everyone was on board. Generally, with people you don't know, never fucking do that. Always pre-negotiate payment, especially if it's something labor intensive. In that particular case, it was just like an evening of work. So no skin off my back. I was willing to do that as a favor. I may have actually not broached the subject of payment. Maybe that was brought up by the person who brought me the task. But point being, so I was told that, hey, this is like a minor task. No one allocated budget to this, but like you did a bang up job. Here's a pound bag of extremely good tea. Like, Hell fucking yeah. I'm not sure what the market going price would have been for that particular preparation, but I have yet to find the Hong Pao of comparable quality to the tea that I was paid for that job. So there you go. Very solid, very nice, consistent brew. It's barely changed from the previous infusion, which is what you would like to see from a roasted tea. Generally normal to expect that. Let's give it a little bit more time to infuse. No, I'm not filling this one. Sorry. Almost reflexively started pouring it into the cup that I have set aside for dry leaf demonstrations. I am slightly out of my element in the sense that usually if I will drink tea in these volumes, I don't do that alone. And that's why the second cup sort of elicits a pouring response from me. So normally, if I have to drink through volumes of tea like that, I would have done that in a tea shop setting, where I would have had other people to sort of participate in the action. Granted, most people's sensitivity to caffeine would not allow them to stick around with me through the entire process. But, a combination of different people sort of churning through the tea table would usually accompany me in the journey. What are we doing next? You know what? We're going to break open a new tea cake. And that tea cake isn't just new, it's brand new for me. The wholesale site where I buy my stuff now, I wouldn't say that I buy everything from there, but I originally came there looking for a specific tea cake. They did not disappoint. It's I believe a 2014 Shenpuer. So it's now in excess of 10 years old. Is it 2014? Just a second, I'll check later, fuck it. So it's a nice, good, solid, aged brick. I really like it. It agrees with me in the sense that that's normally what I would look for. It has that very nice dried fruit flavor to it. Lasts a long time. All good things you would expect from a solid tea cake. Solid aged tea cake, rather. Doesn't have any of that sort of aggressive greenery to it. But this time around, I've spent enough money to get another tea cake on top of that. And I'm very interested in seeing what's it worth. The store value is about $50. So I would like to see how it performs. Because the names of tea cakes rarely tell you anything. Because, it's marketing. It's a brand name that they attach to it. It's always going to be something to the effect of honeydew flavor, whatever the fuck. But until you drink a specific tea made by a specific factory, you do not know what's inside. You can make certain educated guesses based on the texture of the exterior of the tea cake. But then again, there are cases when they are very specifically stacked in a fashion where the exterior leaves that are visible are going to be of a higher quality, and then the inside is just shit. As the person who has taught me tea frequently says, to swindle what was it? To swindle the Guaylo is to be Chinese. Or the Lao Wai, depending on which part of China you're being swindled at. I think it can do another brew. The problem with the Hongpao, it's not really a problem, it's just, a known limitation of the leaf, is that it rarely survives past like 4 to 5 infusions. Just because, again, the tea isn't terribly tightly rounded, not tightly rolled. It's very much roasted. So at that point, there's very limited longevity that you can expect from it. It's going to extract very quickly. And sort of in order to achieve the robust flavor that it gives to the infusions, it has to exhaust the water-soluble part of the leaf fairly quickly. So it's going to be one more brew, and then I'm going to go and switch this out, and we're probably going to crack open a tea cake. Very nice. I think that's about as much time as I would want to allow it. It's going to overbrew. Nice. Okay, let's try this final squeeze. 1 cup exactly. I'm going to give a little bit of time for the flavor of the previous infusion to clear. I'm going to use my Coke as a palate cleanser. I'm using Mexican Coke cut with lime juice. It helps both to maintain my glucose levels while drinking profuse amounts of tea, and helps as a palate cleanser thanks to the acid. All right. Okay, so significantly less smoke. We're back to a predominantly woody flavor. It is becoming more watery in the sense that it's becoming more bland in the primary profile, which means the tea leaves are becoming, or are mostly exhausted. So a tea is said to have 3 main treasures, and a tea is considered exhausted when it loses one of those. So by treasures we mean 3 primary characteristics: the color of the brew, the taste of the brew, and the aroma of the brew. So once any one of those components goes, a tea is considered exhausted. Yes, and the flavor has definitely changed. Now, realistically, the color has also changed by the time we've arrived to this brew. It's become a bright, a light brown as opposed to it's become amber compared to the deep red that it's supposed to be. It reminds me, we're not going to go to the pointers just yet, because we have this red tea that I have not tasted at all, which was given to me as a sample. So we're going to try the sample. Okay, I'm going to go refresh those leaves. I'll be right back momentarily. we are back. The only downside of doing these tea streams is the fucking frequency at which I have to go take a leak. Which, you know, from a weight loss perspective is beneficial because moving water through your body has an energy cost. Ah, damn it, I missed a tyrant. I think I have one. Regardless. Yeah, moving water through your body has an energy cost associated with it. And since I am consuming a very potent diuretic in the form of caffeine, in addition to, like, that's suspended in a medium, you know, we're going to stay on 195, because I don't think that significantly hotter water is actually warranted for the red teas. If it can brew the Honpao, it's good enough for red tea. But as I was saying, since tea is a powerful diuretic, specifically it's caffeine infused in a water medium, it forces your body to move water, and that has an inherent energy cost to it. It's very good for passive weight loss. You just need to be aware of the fact that any passive weight loss has to be supported with exercise to maintain your contractile tissue, so that you don't just waste away from sitting in place. Alright. Let's take a look at what we're working with in terms of the tea leaf quality. Very nice and gentle smell. Very common for what's mistakenly referred to as black tea, which is actually red tea. It does not expand a lot, so we're going to have to... Yeah, about this much is okay. So I'm going to eyeball that as being roughly 4 to 5 grams of tea leaf. So, I'm not sure if it's coming through on the camera there, but it is finer stock, sort of needle-like tea leaves, and they have a very pronounced and sweet aroma to them, even in dry form. So we're waiting for the water to go up to temperature. Red teas do not tolerate multiple infusions well. They're usually like at most a 3 infusion stock. So you need to make sure that you don't fumble them as you're attempting to brew them. So they're going to take a very light wash, and after that we make sure to nail it on the first infusion, like on the first proper infusion that we're going to be drinking, because you're not going to have a lot of opportunities to sort of correct your brewing times or your temperatures before the leaf exhausts itself without delivering a good brew. That's why red teas are generally not recommended as something to get into teas from. The taste profile is interesting, but it's very difficult to ruin the experience while paying a lot of money for it. This one came to me as a free sample, but still, red teas are valuable. Let's not contribute to the misery of the world by wasting good tea by inappropriate manipulation. How are we doing on the tea kettle there? There it is. Okay. Let's warm up the infuser. Give it a very slight roll inside into the pitcher, into the cup. All right, ready to receive the dry leaf. Yeah, I'd say we guesstimated the volume about right. Shake off the dust. Oh, that's very nice. The smell is already so good. Has a very strong cinnamon smell. I cheaped out. I didn't get any red tea with this with this batch of tea. I was eyeing the Junjun Mei. Give it a rinse. Should have opened up even more. Very nice. I'm getting a solid profile of dried fruit. So when we're this far down the fermentation chart, we typically do not expect to see any kind of floral patterns at this point. It's acceptable to get some woody scents. From most red teas, we would expect a predominant profile of sweetness and smokiness. Just gonna let it develop properly because I don't want to underbrew it. So it needs to breathe. Normally, lighter preparations of tea, you don't want to let it sit in the hot water for more than 10 seconds. Here, we want to make sure we infuse it to get a full extraction. That's why we're also moving the leaves around so that they get engorged with the water. Okay, a good solid amber color brew. Leave some room in the cup for the aromatics to develop. Very nice. A strong dominant sweetness. A predominant profile of dried fruit. Yeah, very solid. Very good. It's a little flat. I'm going to say that I may have given it a little bit too little heat. As typically red teas will want a little bit more in terms of temperature. But I'm generally pleased with this. I'd say for the infuser volume, I could have gone with more tea leaf. And that would have given me a more robust brew. So that's on me. I expect the second one to be about on par. Now the third one is probably going to start losing taste and color. The aromatics are usually the last to go. I'm also waiting for my lollipop to thaw. Not my lollipop, it's a fucking popsicle. I have a matcha flavored ice cream to offset my hypoglycemia. It agrees well with the tea, especially since the matcha flavor in sweets. There's a very nice contrast to sort of the smoky deep red. I suspect that it comes off of an older tree, probably an older orchid tree. Let's see. High Mountain Red Ilau Mountain Black Tea. It's older stock. Interesting. Not mixing the brews. Anyway, this is going to be the new one. Okay. So, my only complaint is going to be that the leaf is not very well suited for rebrewing. It's kind of a one and done deal. Probably has to do with the fact that I've underloaded the infuser to not use too much tea leaf. Yeah, it's kind of flat at this point. Again, to be expected of a red tea. If I had loaded the infuser with more tea leaf, it would have been more robust. That's an understood fact. I'm gonna finish this, and then we're gonna move on to the tea cake. God, I am sweating profusely. Yeah, my heart rate isn't what you would expect it to be after consuming 400 milligrams of caffeine. All right, move on to take a couple dips into the popsicle. The idea for the following tea stream is going to be something to the effect of combining chroma key with realistic effects or realistic elements. Basically, I still want to make use of the IRL accoutrements that I have gathered, but I will be working with chroma key to exclude the desk and integrate it more seamlessly into the 3D environment. So there's going to be a new 3D environment that I'll be setting up, and a secondary camera that's going to, for all intents and purposes, still be a hand cam. Just with less focus on it being a hand cam. Okay, that's the red tea done. I'm gonna go and swish it out and be right back. Microphone wasn't on. Right, so we're moving on to the primary piece of the day. Set this aside. wipe this down, because we definitely want to avoid contaminating anything with liquids. Get my yummy snack out of the way. All right, so tea cakes. I store mine in a way that protects them from light. So I store them inside of a cloth spread. Okay, let me pull this one out. So this is a 2019 Hen Tong Hao Jinmai Honey Aroma Raw Pu'er Cake. So 2019 is what, 6 years? So I'm not expecting a lot. It's going to be relatively astringent. Still going to be a lot of green in it. Let me wash this off. Normally, if I were not specifically tasting the new leaf, I would infuse it in a purple clay teapot, as I do for my everyday enjoyment. But since this is a new tea, and I want to assess it on its own merits, without the interaction with the purple clay, we're going to go raw. We're going to go with with a gaiwan. Okay, first impressions. I like the quality of the wrapping paper. Very nice. This has been compressed in October 2019. Okay, so it's a 5-year pu'er rather than a 6-year pu'er. Noted. Oh, I can never put it back together after I unravel the paper. Oh, it has an internal paper to it as well. Very, very fancy. Okay. Comes with a little descriptor note. I do not read simplified Chinese. All right, it comes in an internal wrapper that we're also going to break away. Okay, so my initial impression is very good. I can see large tea leaves. Let's see if it comes up through the camera. So you can see large whole leaves. This is usually a sign of it being made of very high quality stock. I usually bias towards tea leaves that are on the larger side. And be very gentle about breaking it off so that we don't generate any unnecessary leaf breakages. I'm using it's not exactly a tea knife. I don't have a dedicated tea knife. But I am chipping away at the tea lengthwise to try to disrupt the leaf as little as possible while separating it from the tea cake. Move it onto the plate. The reason I'm doing this is the small fractions of broken tea leaves over-extract faster than larger leaves, than the intact leaves, and they cause the brew to oversaturate very quickly. So you're going to be left in a situation where you need to either race against the clock of the smaller bits of the leaf over-extracting while not letting the fuller pieces of the leaf extract properly. Oh, there is no way I'll be able to reconstruct the way it was. So I'm just going to close this off and place it back into the bag. Come on. The wrapper is taking up a little bit more space because I did not compact it as neatly as it was originally. But I do want to maintain the packaging both for my records and to make sure that the tea stays in a consistent storage medium. Because it has a little silica bag in it to draw away excess water. And the layered paper limits light exposure. Okay. So, this is what we've extracted from the tea cake. Predominantly intact leaves. There's a little bit of shrapnel all over the place. It usually comes with the territory of breaking a tea cake. Tends to fly all over. Swipe that to the side. Okay. That'll load her up. Doesn't expand a lot, so we can take up a lot of space inside of the infuser. Trying to not break the leaves as we manipulate them. There's a very green, very leafy aroma to it, as you'd expect. Give it a rinse. Rinsing a pu'er tea is especially important because it is not a roasted tea. So you still have an ongoing fermentation process in the brick itself. So it's very important to remove any bacterial residues that may still be active inside of the cake. Alright, let's give it a quick smell. You know what? It's green. It's kind of an angry, leafy green that you would expect from a younger pu'er. But it does have hints of sweetness. I would say in about 5 years' time, it will become a very solid pu'er. So I may, depending on how this tasting goes, I may at a later point purchase a couple more just to have them age on me. So let's wait for the water to heat up properly so that it extracts. Being a post-fermented tea, it's going to require a little bit of coaxing to get anything out of it. I'm going to continue to eat my popsicle. Since it has started melting. Okay. We're going to give it a little bit of time to develop. We're going to give the water time to defeat the compression of the leaves. And I will take this time to defeat the popsicle. Okay, the leaves seem to be well saturated. Going to give it a couple more breath cycles to saturate fully so that it's able to extract. Okay, that's a very good color for the liqueur. A nice deep orange. Let's take a whiff.
Okay. The smell is a little faint. Let's see how it does in the taste profile. I do like the smell I'm getting from the cup. It's a very robust dried fruit. Oh, okay. Okay. I am picking up what you're putting down. It's a very nice aging for a 5-year tea. Not bad at all. It still has a bit of a youthful kick to it. There's still a bit of green in the margins. Very nice. Yeah, definitely leaning very strong into the dried fruit palate. Very nice. It's not it's I'm not gonna say that it's not astringent, but it's not leafy green as you would typically get from younger pu'ers. And 5 years is definitely the younger end. It hasn't yet started to lean into those like oak barrel woody scents. Very nice, very robust aftertaste. Get another helping. Probably don't want to brew it any hotter. Or do I? Let's try to heat it up a little bit. Try to keep it at 200 degrees Fahrenheit. The first 2 brews, I'm gonna stay, well, this infusion, I'm gonna stay on the gentler side. Just to see how the leaf performs in isolation, then I'm going to see how much I can coax out of it. But based on the first infusion, I'm very impressed. I'm interested to see how it's going to age. If it's at this point already, like once it hits the 10-year mark, it's going to be a formidable fucking tea. Okay. Good solid color on the liqueur. A consistent taste profile. As I continue to brew it, it's actually becoming less astringent. So it's bitter, but not in a way that interferes with the drinking experience. Very nice. Okay. You know what? Just the fact that I got this tea for free has made the entire batch worth it. Because I bought this and another tea cake that I know for a fact is great, but the other brick is like almost a 15-year-old brick. So it has no right to not fuck. With this one, it fucks already. Let me give it one more brew. Well, realistically, this, just based on the leaf size and the way it's performing so far, it's going to be good for a good 7 to 8 brews, with slight variance in the output, but it's going to be a good drinking experience all the way. Yeah, this is definitely worthy of the purple clay teapot, because it's going to enhance the teapot, and it's going to have a very good interaction with the heat exchange of the clay, because gaiwans as infusing bodies are fairly sterile. The only infuser that's even more sterile in terms of its interactions is the sort of official tasting saucer, which I don't particularly like. Yes, it's good for assessing when you're buying in bulk. It sort of allows you to see through the finessing of people try to curate tastes and, get it playful with the brewing. My objective is to have an enjoyable tasting experience first and foremost. I've already bought the fucking tea. Oh, very nice. Oh, it's nice. I am gonna tweak out so fucking hard today. Alright, let's taste the new one. I'm getting more fruity overtones. Very good. Yeah, the hot water was a good choice. The 200 degrees seems to be a solid point for the water for this one. Develops the taste a little bit more. I wouldn't go hotter than this, because it's going to start decomposing certain nutrients inside of the leaf. And is going to start introducing breakdown byproducts. So I'd say this is 205 degrees is an optimal cutoff for this. Does a good job of coaxing the flavor out of the leaf. Yeah, holy shit! For a 5-year puer, this is solid. I'm very pleased with this. So I think we're what? The Da Hong Pao performed well. The Dansongs, I could take or leave. Both tea cakes, definitely W. Yeah, so that's probably going to be my recommendation for, like, if you want to know where I source my teas, hit me up in the Discord. I will be sharing and posting links there. Just a second. So yeah, make sure to join the Discord for purchase specific questions. I do not have affiliate links. I do not have an incentive to recommend any of these. But if you're looking to get into teas, there's a couple of things you may want to try out of the list that we have today. Or if you're an experienced tea drunk, like myself, a high-functioning tea addict, yeah, I definitely, well, I can recommend a few of these staples. Like, I would pay money for this. And this is like a $50 worth of tea that I just got on top of my purchase. Very nice. Oh, I am tweaking out so hard. Where's my popsicle? Still early enough that I don't want to overbrew it. I could still very willing in the amounts that we're able to extract. So overdoing it will ruin the taste. Oh, yeah. If you couple it with something that has a lasting sweetness to it, That definitely fucks. Very, very good. Let me see if there's anything to look at in media share. Nothing terribly new. I kind of don't want to get into it too much. I may want to watch the video where when Sean Strickland kicks another fucking influencer in the teeth. Oh, very nice. Let me finish this one off. Very solid. It's not deviating anywhere. Not getting any. Oh, the next one is even better. It keeps getting better brew to brew. That's what you love to see in a good pu'er tea cake. Holy fuck. Oh yeah. So yeah, hard recommend. Let me see the title again. So that's the tea we're currently drinking. 2019 Heng Tong Hao Jinmai Honey Aroma Raw Pu'er Tea Cake. Hard recommend. Oh, very nice. I'm gonna pour another one. I'm gonna go run laps after this, because I'm caffeinated to the gills. Okay. Let's shrink down the tea camera. Place it over here on the tea board. And let's bring up Chrome. We're going to look at that video of an influencer getting his shit pushed in by Sean Strickland.
Oh,
okay, let me make sure that it's capturing correctly. Alright. Squish it up over here. Oh, if I make it small, then I can't see. I'll look through it, edit through OBS.
It's happened again. Sean Strickland has just absolutely battered another influencer. Now, the influencer in question this time is a guy called Nick Negasina. He's absolutely smashed it on YouTube. I've been following him.
Okay, battered isn't a term I would use here. Having seen the footage or having pre-watched the video, he didn't batter him. He introduced him to a reality check. Like, realistically, Strickland could have gotten away with significantly more, and there was definitely no intent of doing more.
For quite a while, and this time around Nick doesn't really deserve any unnecessary hate because he's a pretty sound guy. He just does his YouTube vlogs. He preaches all about making ish happen. But listen, if you're gonna call out Sean Strickland, you're going to get battered, and I don't think Nick realized what he was getting himself in for here. We're gonna get straight into it. So here is Nick's call out of Sean Strickland.
I'm on a mission right now. I have to become a beast. I have to become a monster. I need to go to a place that I've never been before.
You have no, so you see, just from the way he phrases it, he has no fucking idea what he's talking about. That irks me deeply.
Said I would do the Navy SEAL training.
You have no one to blame for your weakness but yourself.
No one's ever done this on the internet before. They tried to do it with Sean Strickland. He backed out. I don't know what we got ourselves into, but f you, Sean Strickland. He posted on his...
Motherfucker, you just signed your own fucking death warrant. Holy shit. So, let me explain something. Do not call out your betters. Because who the fuck are you? Guy on the internet who makes videos. Like, realistically, you contribute nothing to society. You are barely human filth. And you think that getting a big number on YouTube qualifies you to do anything? Which it's a baffling line of thinking to pursue, if I'm being completely honest. It's literally the definition of getting high on your own supply. And that is why I enjoy watching the fallout of this particular video. Dude has a hard workout and thinks that he's hard. And calls out Sean fucking Strickland. You know why Sean Strickland refused to do the Navy SEAL workout? because his baseline workout is harder. And shifting gears in the middle or in mid-season when you're probably in camp is the dumbest fucking thing an athlete can do. Why the fuck would he disrupt his own training modality in order to pursue a fucking training gimmick for people who barely work out? Not saying that Navy SEALs barely work out, but like the challenge is made for people who don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
Fucking story. Nick Narcina is fighting Sean Strickland. He goes, LMAO, I got you, man. When you're in Vegas. I'm a man of my word. I'm showing up to that gym. I'm going to Vegas. Sean Strickland, I'll see you soon.
So Nick is on a little bit of a fitness journey right now. He just did some Navy SEALs training, and the guy who conducted this Navy SEALs training day is a guy called Mitch. Now, the interesting thing is that Mitch has also sparred Sean Strickland. We've covered it here on this channel, and Mitch got absolutely obliterated. He got battered. The funny thing is Mitch has actually got martial arts training. I think he does a bit of boxing, maybe a little bit of Muay Thai, but I think he's
the fact that this is the other guy, even here, Strickland is not really aiming to break him down. He is aiming to hurt him in the psychological sense. He is beating him down. He's very deliberately placing shots with big heavy gloves on the guy's head in order to make him feel like shit, in order to have that visceral neurological activation that you get from getting your head rattled. Because he could realistically just start choking him out, which would have ended things way faster, inflicted arguably more damage, but it wouldn't feel as sucky, as opposed to having been compressed into a fetal position in the corner of the fucking cage with Sean Strickland standing over you.
Black belt in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. So
like this is this is
he's somewhat
bullying. This is not getting battered.
Competent, and he still got destroyed by Sean Strickland. So what type of chance do you think Nick Narcina's got?
Very
Next to
little.
nothing. Hopefully a little bit more of a chance than Sneeko. Oh, here we go. Oh, no. So the day before the fight, not sparring because that's what this is going to be. It's going to be a fight. Mitch, the former Navy SEAL, calls up Nick and warns him and says, "You're going to get hurt. You need to back out of this. Do not spar Sean Strickland."
That's good advice.
Don't spar Sean.
Why? Why not?
Because it's not going to be what you think it's going to be. Like, you're going to get injured for real.
What do I do? I have it confirmed with him. I can't back down now. It's everywhere.
Yeah, I would back down.
Oh, God, bro. You're scaring me.
Dude does not understand fighting. He does not understand violence. He does not know what he fucking signed up for. He does not understand what the context of the interaction is going to be. He doesn't understand what it is like to get into a physical confrontation with someone who wants to hurt you.
I'm just being real with you. He's going to try to, hurt you.
I don't want to get injured.
You're going to definitely, walk away with, a fat lip and, black eye, maybe a concussion.
What?
You're talking about fighting the fucking former middleweight champion of the UFC.
Dude, this is not good.
So
Only former, by the way, because of the fucking point counting gimmick of the UFC. As far as I'm concerned, Sean Strickland has yet to take a definite L.
Nick has been warned. However, he's got to go through with it now. He's already flew to Vegas, and this video is going to absolutely blow up for him. Get that bag, Nick, but you're also going to have a few bags under your eyes as well, and a few welts on your head. So the night before the fight, Nick is in his room, and he's absolutely crapping himself.
Guys, I'm
Yeah, no
mentally
shit.
preparing for tomorrow. You know, I called out Sean Strickland because the Navy SEALs wanted him to do Navy SEAL training. I wanted to see him do the Navy SEAL training.
It's not your fucking place to call out anyone. You fucking over-entitled Pez.
And he's gonna do it. But he reacted to my call out and he said, "Come into my world." And I guess I wasn't thinking
Yeah, you talked shit. And you are about to reap what you have sown.
about it at the time. I thought it was gonna be, hey, he trains me, teaches me some MMA. We do the circuit training, and then we
No.
spar boxing.
Well, here's the thing. Why would you think that? Why would you think that? You can think that only if you grew up without ever being punched in the teeth. That is the problem with the entirety of the Zoomer generation. You do not fucking understand what violence is. You do not understand the gravity of aggressively instigating conflict because you have never experienced the natural evolution and progression of conflict. You do not understand male conflict resolution because you are a generation who was raised by their mothers. And that's why he thinks he can just talk shit on the internet. And Strickland is still going to handle him with kid gloves. But the fucking premise of, oh, I is influencer, I'm gonna talk shit to Sean Strickland in order to coax him into giving me a free training session is just beyond delusional. It is the brand of delusional that can only fucking appear out of someone being spiritually Californian.
Look at the DMs. He only wants to spar and he wants.
Go to Walmart, get a boil and bite mouthpiece. Also understand there is a chance you will get seriously hurt. Just be aware MMA sparring is dangerous. Sounds good. We'll do right now. Thank you. Are we sparring MMA or boxing? He told you that it's going to be MMA. Let's do MMA. We'll get you get. MMA is better. Boxing is kind of boring. No idea why you want to do this.
Wants to do MMA. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't scared. I'm delusional again to think that I can get in the ring and spar Sean Strickland. In his world, one of the top killers, top fighters. The guy's crazy.
I mean, a little bit of healthy delusion doesn't really hurt anyone. But I guess that statement doesn't really stand true here. Your delusion's getting you hurt this time around. You've also got to remember that Nick is not a fighter in the slightest, as evident by this clip right here.
Gotten worse sleep in my life. I woke up with like shaking anxiety. Like my body was shaking. I'm shaking, bro. Last night.
That is very good. It is morally correct to scare the shit out of influencers.
Says, just know you're not going to have a good time. I've warned you 5 times. How tall are you? Hope you're man size. The original plan was to box, but he says MMA is...
There was never a plan to box, my dude. You wanted it to be boxing because you think that you can outbox the fucking Philly Shell King himself.
Better. Let's say you get knocked out with one kick that is significantly less damaging than you eating a 30-punch combination with boxing gloves and not going out. Dude, I don't want to get...
he is absolutely correct. A boxing match would actually be worse for him because it would be an entire minute of Sean Strickland just bouncing your fucking head with 12-ounce gloves over and over again, inducing repeat concussions, probably causing TBI, as opposed to just clocking you once in the chin with a leg.
Get knocked out. I don't want to get knocked out. That was not...
Then why the fuck did you instigate with Sean Strickland? Why did you instigate with Sean Strickland if you don't want to get knocked out? Because that is how you get knocked the fuck out.
Not part of the plan. What the f? I can't believe he wants to switch to MMA. I don't know how to do kicks or anything.
It's pretty crazy that he's not even like giving you a chance to like...
I mean, based on what I've seen, you don't know how to do anything, my guy.
Figure anything out.
I want to like learn and get some training, but...
Yeah.
What you want is irrelevant. That's not how you communicated it. At no point did you communicate in your initial pitch, oh, hey, Sean, I think you're cool. I would like to train with you. No, you went in with, fuck you, Sean Strickland. You pussied out of doing the Navy SEAL challenge. And that is talk that should get you your shit pushed in.
That's not like train with him, like
yes.
Do some workouts, like
yes.
Get some technique, do some spar. Yeah, I mean that's what I thought. He doesn't seem to think that.
Am I like throwing shit?
That's because you two are over-groomed, soft-handed pussies who do not understand the consequences of instigating conflicts with real men.
Like
I mean, you're gonna have to.
Do I try to
That's because your father never put you in your fucking place for mouthing off as a child.
take him down?
Do you know how to take somebody down?
No.
Right, so he gets to the gym and he meets Sean Strickland. Let's let this clip play and see how the first initial interaction pans out.
Oh, here we go. How's it going? I'm meeting Sean. Okay, definitely probably have to do the waiver. Oh man, just deep breaths.
Are you sparring Sean?
I'm really scared. Am I gonna be okay?
Sign the waiver.
What? Showing up, baby.
Well, to be fair, you're always going to sign a waiver whenever there's sparring or any kind of physicality involved in any sport. So the waiver in and of itself isn't an indication of the fact that you're going to get hurt. But in this particular case, I want him to get hurt.
Let's get a spar before you get your mouthpiece.
Okay, yeah, okay, I don't know.
I'll be quick, bro. Let's spar this.
Okay, this is a quick thing?
He'll make it quick.
Are you gonna knock me out? Man, we're kind of almost like the same size.
I don't know this motherfucker. You apparently do know me, dude, because you've been hitting me up for fucking months to spar.
Okay,
So,
first of all, I called you out for the Navy SEAL
Calm
trip.
down, dude.
I went on the fitness journey 2 months ago.
Okay,
And- and
2 months ago. But then you're like, I like the influencer life. I want to be fucking famous. I like the influence life. So I'm going to go around and try to be fucking famous, bro. This is who you are, dog. So let's glove up and get on
Is
with
this
it.
dude like egging me on? All right, let's go. Let's do this.
No, he's explaining to you that you are subhuman. You contribute nothing to society, and you think this the fact that you have a biggish YouTube channel gives you the right to call people out in the further pursuit of clout and have it be consequence free. You think your gay ass little fitness journey is justification for being a nuisance to the people around you.
I love it.
Well, here, I'll give you some trump cards, dog.
Okay, that's awesome. Are you gonna give me a few pointers of like, yo, do this, do
Have you ever
this?
been in a fight before?
No. Well, one time when I was in college, there was the hockey team and lacrosse team. We got in a big brawl, but
This
that
ain't
was
gonna
it.
be a fight, dude.
Came in here to watch this? I'm gonna watch what you're asking. I appreciate you showing up.
Like, just because people know. You guys, I didn't reach out to this guy. I didn't say, hey, influencer, come spar me. I've been seeing this guy fucking drop. And
I want to
Sean,
see.
can I say something right now?
You
I
can't,
want
dog.
to see you crippled.
This is the start of a beautiful friendship. It's
Oh,
right
yeah.
here. It's right
Oh,
here.
yeah.
It's right now.
Why are you doing?
He's trying to talk himself out of getting his ass beat. It is the most pathetic fucking thing ever. This is what you get when boys are raised by women.
I'm on a fitness journey. So 2 months ago,
It results in slimy little fucks who talk themselves into trouble and think that they can pass a speech check to get out of the trouble that they've inflicted upon themselves.
End it really quickly.
well, I was actually. Am I gonna be able to work out after this or no?
No.
When I hit you up, I thought we were gonna do like the circuits and we were gonna do.
you really think
That's the first thing I said.
Brother, you did not indicate that. You said, I quote, fuck you, Sean Strickland, is what you said verbatim because you passed some fucking glorified workout circuit. Because you passed a glorified fitness test.
I said to him, I was like, Sean, never done a circuit in his life. What, have you fought before?
No.
Holy fuck.
But that wasn't like my intention was not to just go get killed here. Dude, why are you friends with an influencer? You're gonna be like, dude.
Your intention was to start shit. And second of all, he's not friends with an influencer. He's not your fucking friend, which he will make known momentarily.
Friendship is friendship.
I mean,
He's
Nina's
gonna.
like my
Oh
best
my
friend.
god. You seem like a really nice guy, man.
Oh, I appreciate
Yeah, I
that.
came here to DC. You seem pretty nice. I'm honestly gonna be
It doesn't
horrible.
matter in the ring though.
No.
So Nick is trying to butter Sean up.
That is
He's trying
pathetic.
to soften
That is
him.
so
It's all about
pathetic.
friends. Let's be friends.
This is the most bitch-made thing that you could ever do. The most fucked, fucking pussy-coated, gay-ass disqualifier of manly behavior that you can try to ever pull is instigate conflict and then try to off-ramp with fake conciliatory language because you know that you are about to get your shit pushed in.
Oh, friend. Oh, new friend.
In hope this Sean Strickland goes easy on him. I'll let you know
Strickland did
now,
go
I
easy
haven't
on
actually
him.
watched this sparring footage in its entirety. I want to save it for a live reaction. But Sean sees right through this act.
Here's the thing, dude, about nice guys. Nice guys are the biggest fucking weasels in the world, dude.
Exactly.
This guy comes in real nice, happy Easter, this and that. No, dog, you're here to get fucked up for views, dog. Like you ain't a nice guy. Just say it what it is. You're here to get fucked up for views. So let's
Not only that. If Nick thought that he had a snowball's chance in hell in that ring, his attitude would be entirely different. He would be teeing off harder than Logan Paul before a fight.
fucking do it.
Can do it, I guess.
In case you get a little concussion, you go home, everything's fine.
You'll be fine. So you never fought before? No fight training?
No.
All right. You know
Yeah,
what?
no.
I appreciate the gumption.
Let me tell you something. You can influencer this, influencer that, but I'll tell you something. I got the fight in me for that. Dude, it was
You ain't got shit because you do not understand the context that you're inserting yourself into. You are not afraid you're not more afraid solely because you do not understand what an isolated fighting scenario is like. You do not understand what it is to end up in that deep water with a Sean Strickland-sized shark just jolting towards you.
God being like, these two need to be in each other's lives. God puts you through challenges, man, and this is going to be one of them. And
If God is real, bro, you're about to meet the one that lives down there.
Oh, Sean's bringing out the devil today. I feel for Nick because he's smashed it on YouTube. He's super successful, but he is.
I actually have zero compassion for Nick here. I think that he is a shit eater, and I am happy to see him get his comeuppance.
Just very naive. He's a very nice guy, and he hasn't really got that dog in him. Well, maybe he has. We'll see how the sparring pans out first.
it's morphed into what it was not. This is not what it was supposed to
It
be.
was supposed to be like, hey, let's go train MMA for 3 days, see how f***ing gnarly it is.
I seriously respect it.
Dude, you know when you feel that nervous? This is
Hey, next time.
It's interesting that he feels entitled to 3 days of Sean's time. This is what annoys me the most. You think that just because you're a fucking glorified video essayist, you are entitled to anyone's time at all. You fucking human-shaped smear mark.
Hold on a second, Sean. I gotta take out the earrings. That's a horrible thing.
He's gonna take out the earrings. Gay. So this was meant to just be MMA training, and it's very quickly morphed into...
At no point was this supposed to be MMA training. Nick called him out, and Sean said, okay, if you think you're hot shit, come over here, and I will show you what it is like.
Let's get beaten up by Sean Strickland. Remind me in the future to never ask Sean Strickland if he can show me some techniques. Although it would be good for the channel, everyone watching me get KO'd. Anyway, let's jump into the sparring.
I'm scared about...
Okay, I'm going to quickly take a piss break because the tea is bubbling out for me, and I want to have the unadulterated and uninterrupted experience of seeing an influencer get his shit pushed in. I will be right back. Let's see.
Like protecting myself, and then you hit me somewhere, and I drop, and you hit me.
I mean, that's what's gonna happen.
Okay.
Are you gonna fucking be a little pussy, or are you gonna actually try not to die? Now let's just spar.
Hey, hold on. Are you gonna come in here? No, I'm not sure.
Let's just spar fucking. We don't need to do this.
All right, here we go then.
He's going, dog.
Let's watch it go down.
All right. Hands are staying up. That's good. He's trying to fish out with a jab.
Okay.
Okay, Nick with
He's
the
still
jab.
trying something. He still believes.
We all know what's coming here. Oh, already
And
with the
he's
strong
starting to get
hook.
scared.
I'm always thinking like somebody's gonna come. I got the same jab.
So Sean Strickland just walks you down. This isn't going to
He's
be a
also fucking
technique
tall.
analysis, lads. This is just going to be witnessing of a
Starting to
murder.
run away.
Oh, the
Up.
front
Gets
kick
checked with
straight
a teep. Nice. He's trying to fence with the lead hand.
Don't turn your back. Don't turn your back.
Relax, dude.
You got a minute and 30 seconds left to figure this out.
He's being an annoying little shit, so Strickland is becoming annoyed with him.
I want it to be good, bro. Relax. I want it to be good.
He said relax. You got to give him a chance, Sean.
Absolutely fucking
Can't tell him
not.
to relax and walk at him like
Oh no, he's giving away his back.
this.
That's not good.
Oh, I feel so sorry for Nick.
Oh, that's it. He's going in, receding into a fetal position.
Oh!
A bit of a lazy high kick.
Oh, damn.
Caught him in the face.
He's going to knee.
Still going very light. He's not using the back positioning. Touches him with the leg. Those are very big shin pads, by the way. Body shot. Well, yeah.
Angry. Oh, my God.
He's annoyed more than he's angry because he is being an annoying little shit running around the ring as opposed to trying to actually stand up and fight. Like, that's it. The tough talk has not worked. He has completely reverted to being his natural pussy self that he was born into. And that's it. He's actively trying to roll into a fetal position as he's being beaten down.
Oh, the elbows.
No. You stay put.
Okay. You gotta quit.
Come on.
He is hitting him harder for running away. Like, he's not trying to engage. That's what's making Strickland angry.
Come on, Nick.
So I'm going to explain something. This is from a fighter's perspective, since I do dabble in fisticuffs. Having someone talk shit, the way this guy did, and when the rubber hits the road, all you can do is run away. That is fucking aggravating. So you talked shit. You came all the way here talking shit. You tried to weasel yourself out of this interaction, only to have absolutely fucking nothing to show for it, to waste my fucking time, and you're not even going to try to shape yourself into something man-shaped? Yeah, you're getting your shit pushed in for that. You're getting your shit broken clean off just for that.
Sean's just going to turn it up in a minute. Oh, man.
I'll go again.
Yeah, he's going again.
Yeah, take a deep breath.
There you go.
How much time we got left?
He got a little spun around.
Okay, we said Nick hasn't got the dog in him, but he's willing to do a second round. I mean, the majority of that round was just Nick running away. And look, I'm not going to hate on Nick for that.
I will.
Don't blame him. He's not a fighter. He didn't actually want to spar. He just wanted to do MMA training.
If he didn't want to spar, why did he talk shit?
All right, okay, let's see round two.
I know.
Think about like your fight.
I'm so dead.
Like a ram.
Stand up. There's no air down there. Stand up.
Fitness journey, my ass.
Part of your fitness journey.
Ready?
Come on, put your mouth guard in.
I'm trying to, bro.
He's not.
Stop turning your back. The worst thing you can do is turn your back to somebody. You can't see a punch. You're getting knocked the fuck out. Don't turn your back. Stop running away. Face him.
Push him back.
Jab. All I want you to do. Hands tight. Jab. Back. Jab. Back. All the entire round. I don't care what the fuck you do.
How you got?
Hands tight.
Come on, start moving.
Stop fucking running. Stop.
He's already running.
No, look at him. Face him. Face him. Face him. Don't look away.
He's blading away.
Move. There you go. Face him. Face him. Hands up.
Come on, Nick.
That's the most aggressive running away I have ever seen. Clock.
Oh, no.
I'm done.
Look at that face. This is the face of reality starting to set in. This is the realization that he had fucked up.
Oh, my word.
I'm done.
That was a hard shot.
Let me catch up with chat. First, don't talk shit. Second, for once, just stand up and fight. Basically, that is what's pissing Strickland off. The fact that he, A, talked shit, and B, is absolutely pathetic facing the outcome of talking said shit.
Watch that again.
Clock. Because he's turning away. He thinks this is a game.
So you guys know we got to watch this in slow motion again. Sean Strickland knew that Nick would turn the other way. And then look at Nick. Where's his hands? Right down by his side. Pretty hard punch. Man,
I would have just choked him out for that.
A little bit tough to watch.
No, it's
You
not.
ask me. Is this even entertainment anymore? You're damn
Yes.
right it is.
Hell yeah.
Nick asked for this, and he did say F you to Sean Strickland. Once again, if you're going to say something like
All
that
fair
to someone,
points.
you need to do a little bit of research behind that person's mentality. So on one hand, I do feel a little bit sorry for Nick, but then I'm like, well, no, he asked for it. Look, he's concussed.
I'm done. That was
He looked concussed.
I'm done.
Brother is completely demolished by play fighting. Like, none of that had contained any kind of serious intent to actually do damage. I hope he fucking understands that. Is this entertainment, motherfucker? I have a whole folder of this shit. It's called Gun Camp Videos. But yeah, so moral of the story is influencers are subhuman and it's morally correct to beat them. Nothing on earth amuses you more than seeing shitty people get hurt. Same. I I enjoyed this video profusely. But yeah, it's funny that the dude thinks that like he's discovered some sort of he's achieved some degree of toughness after pissing and shitting himself while barely enduring a play fight with someone who actually knows what he's doing. Pathetic on every level. I spit on you, sir. All right. I am completely zooted out because I have consumed a lot of tea. And it's been a while. We've been on for quite a bit. So we're going to figure out who we're raiding. And we're going to call it a day. Because I am admittedly pretty petered out. Wait, what? What do you mean? Trump launching a JASM at Houthi rebels and posting it on Twitter was your movie of the year. I see. It's nice. It's nice when you get to enjoy things. All right, what are we doing for our raid target? Let's see who's on. Let's see who is on. You know what? It's been a while since. Trying to see who's on at all and what people are doing. I'm kind of behind on a lot of the up-to-date streamer games. Surgeon Simulator, that's a game I haven't seen in a while. You know what? Let's raid into. I'm gonna say Miss Raptor because we keep falling into different time frames. Okay, let's let the ad play out. She seems to be doing something funny. Okay. Miss _ Raptor. Okay, y'all behave yourselves. We're gonna start a raid. Hopefully the ad plays out by then. It's nice that Twitch makes sure that you see the ad by stopping the fucking ad timer if you tab out of the window with said ad, especially if you turn the audio off. That is such a nice thing to do. Don't y'all love it? Okay then. Well, I'm going to be restoring more of the functionality of the Redeems and Venian, so look forward to that. That's going to be the plan. Raid Bags and yell at him for. Oh, you know what? You do have a point. Let's raid into Baxter. I will let you be my mouthpiece in communicating to Baxter that he shouldn't move to a Sia country. Bag. Where is Baxter? There he is. What are we watching? Oh, Hajime no Ippo. Interesting. Bagster. Okay, let's. Thank you for reminding me, Notary. We're gonna start the raid. I dislike boxing on principle. I think it's a bad training modality, but it makes for good motivation porn, I guess. But with that, this has been Onii-san, reminding you to drink good tea. Bye-bye.